Hey guys, it's Tarkin coming at you with another game of Total Warhammer 3. Skarbrand is super excited about this fight, and so am I. I'm pretty sure we're going to win. You know, he's already beat up. And we've got a reinforcing army that's going to be just fine for us here. I think the Tomb King is on horseback, so that could be a little sketchy. So their assets are a level 20 Skarbrand who's spent 15 points into campaign skills, which is perfect for us. So like he hasn't taken all of his I'm gonna become the scariest guy skills. And then we've got a Karadak. So Karadak has like an aura 55 meters that silences and takes magic weapons away. So if possible, we want to, not have Karadak around. And then of course he's got Prey of the Blood God, so he can lock down heroes and lords. So we got to be careful with Karadak around. Good morning, Coolio. It is indeed the first of the month. Wake up, wake up. And anyway, so Skarbrand has a bunch of abilities eventually that this one doesn't have. So we're quite lucky. Normally he would have something that heals him up and stuff, and I think he just doesn't have that. Yeah, he's got his Rage Incarnate, so this is going to be a huge rampage ability, but we just need to get our setup fine. I think we'll be okay here. Skarbrand is super scary. We should have been talking about this on the battlefield rather than... I mean, it doesn't matter where we brainstorm. But, alright, so we've got a big old desert to fight in. Perfect. We have enemies. I don't think they have a single shield in the whole lineup. Yeah, it's all Forsaken of Khorne, Blooders of Khorne, Khorne Gorers, Marauders with dual weapons. So we just need to make sure that our skeletons stay online. With Khalida around, our skeletons do, just so much freaking damage. Way more than I have any right to do. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. So it gives them 20% AP missile damage and normal missile damage. It also gives them 25 reload skill, which takes them from... It basically does, another 50% damage that we're going to do with the range. So Skarbrand's there. He's a big target. We can shoot him with the Bone Giant just repeatedly. But I think it would be better to just back up a little bit. Just take advantage of all the artillery, because our reinforcements come in. It would take 5 minutes for him to get there. That's too low. That's too long. So we can have him come in just right here in 2.5 minutes. And it's a whole other minute if we go over there, yeah. So we just have him come in there. If we just deploy by this side, that would be even better. They'll try to flank and envelop from that way, but this will protect and we can just have that. Yeah, they'll barely be able to get through. Yeah, perfect. We'll go ahead and have our skirmishers over here. With Vanguard deployment, we'll be able to immediately be opening up on the Warhounds there. And then we'll deep set the catapult a little bit. Good morning, Thomas. In China, oh, that was the last campaign. This is the campaign of the Tomb Kings. No longer are we in China. Now we're in Warhammer Egypt. Gaze, bask upon the Necropolis Knights. That's right, they're surfing on the back of big old serpents. Look at the arrays of my spears. See how glorious and undead they are. And then the bows. And then, of course, in the back, the lady herself. The High Queen. The Queen of Snakes. Khalida. And a Bone Giant. He's got a big old head and a big old bow. And yeah, this is Warhammer Egypt that we're in now. Against the forces of Skarbrand the Exiled, who is every bit as bad as he looks. He is hardcore. One of the scariest lords in the whole game. But we've got a very advantageous position here. We're just going to finish setting up into it. And we should be okay. Emphasis on should. Tomb Guard to anchor. Tomb Guard to anchor. Nahakara backward. Because we need the archers deep enough back to where Skarbrand's first rampage doesn't hit them, and then they'll be able to move up into the concave. Because if we just delay them showing up for a little while, not even like forever, just for a little while, we'll totally be fine. And we're sort of like all the eggs in one basket here, but it won't be too bad. And we'll throw Khalida here with the block, and she'll be able to buff all of these archers. We'll put even an archer behind there. That seems fine. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. You know, because we spend so long way up in the sky, like, yeah, this like, yeah, they're having a party. They are excited, and I love these dudes. It's a very good unit. We start out with them. They're like a, you know, you got to level up a bit far. The cool thing about Tomb Kings is that all of their units are free to recruit and free to pay, because, you know, they're the armies of the Pharaoh legions, you know. So, but anyway, it is time to show you how it looks whenever we go to battle up in the sky, where you can't tell that anything in this game is pretty. All right, let's get to it. First, we're going to get some skirmisher fire into the Warhounds of Khorne here. And again, if they just back up and try to reposition, we'll be totally fine. I'm okay with that because I have reinforcements, and the reinforcements will make more of a difference than anything else does. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Skaven. I'm like, it looks greener than normal. Hello, Luke. Good morning. Skarbrand is repositioning around that way. We've got 2 minutes until our dudes come. And we're just going to get into the Bloodletters. Does he have Exaltes? They're all the way over there. Well, we're not going to go all the way over there. And really, you know, getting any free shots into any Bloodletters, not Exalted ones. But, I mean, that's awesome. Yeah, we're getting the work done here with these skirmish troops. Because this flank will be totally secured as soon as they roll in. We'll be able to push up through. We just, yeah, there we go. Casket, opening up. Oh, boom. You know, it doesn't do too much. We do have the Bone Giant with restock now, though. So, prepping your seminar presentation. Again, yes. I recall the terrible legend of the traitorous computer. But I'm sure that it will all work out this time. Alright, we've got our Legionary Barrage ability. We're just going to chill until it becomes necessary. The casket, you know, like, is it missing most of the time? Yes, but it's about sending a message. And really, trash canning a whole Bloodletter at the beginning is great, and the Bone Giant's going to start being able to fire soon. And, yeah, excellent. These Chaos Warhounds of Khorne, because, like, as their army is going all into this, what we're really doing is buying time for the reinforcements, and then Skarbrand's a scary boy. He's a very scary boy, but as soon as he gets in range of the Bone Giant, we're just going to be able to poke at him. Which actually, let's get a little close. Wow, yeah, the Casket of Souls getting buffed by Khalida as well to 1.5k listed damage. Of course, the way damage works is an average over 10 seconds for stuff like that. So it won't always be, you know, exactly that much. Now, it looks like they are going to make a bunker bust for the middle of the line there. We could be okay. Okay, it's Karanak and the Blood Reaper going around to the outside there. Now, neither one of them are good at dealing with Necro Knights, so we'll be able to go in there. You know, they can't figure out where they want to fight, and now we just need to get the Bone Giant shooting at Skarbrand. Alright, we need to get Casket onto the Exaltes. Because if Karanak is trying to, like, get in the cookie jar sideways here... Okay, we've got AP guys coming in here. Alright, now we need... Skarbrand's here, so we have to make this work right now. We need to get all of the ranged onto Skarbrand. Everybody shooting him as one. Oh, wow, yeah. The Skeleton Horse Archers ate the charge of the Blood Beast of Khorne. That's pretty bad. That's really bad. We're going to Spirit Leech Skarbrand. He is going down beautifully. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Look, he's only got 2,800 HP. He's toast. That volley of arrows did 1,000 damage to him? Are you kidding? Oh my god! That demon had a family! And we're going to hit a huge bombard here. The Necro Knights are getting caught up in a bad blob fight. We cannot afford to lose them. They are really hard to get back. We need to get the arrow shooting at Karanak now. That little chump. The Necropolis Knights are getting away in time. They're the one unit, like, the Necropolis units, the Bone Giant, the artillery, that's all stuff you can't afford to lose. And now, here is my reinforcing army coming in. Khalida having a party. Karanak getting on top of the Casket of Souls. That's pretty bad. It probably can't kill it in time. It's got terrible melee stats, but Karanak's about to get melted by archery fire. And now we'll just roll our DJ booth of the gods away here. Alright. Good stuff. Perfection. Yeah, Skarbrand, so I talked him up a little bit. Not like... Skarbrand is one of the premier killers in the whole game. Skarbrand is an absolute terror. We just got very lucky. He's level 20, which is a proper high level for being at this point in the campaign. Like, I'm level 16. He's been fighting and winning, at least a bit. However, the AI gave him a bunch of what we call blue line skills, which are stuff like how much money you get, how cheap it is to recruit your skills, campaign skills, movement, recruitment, corruption, that kind of thing. And so he spent 15 of his levels leveling up how good he is on the campaign map, which doesn't matter in the fight, because he has a bunch of cool abilities and stuff that he just doesn't have yet, and then just like boosted skills and stuff. So we came ready to fight a really punchy Skarbrand and ended up with like kind of a little weak one. Not that, I mean, he got melted because this faction's very good at shooting. Khalida's aura is incredible. So, like, it lists missile strength at 18 for these Skelly Archers, right? They shoot once every 10 seconds or something. When Khalida gets close enough for her aura to pop on, which is, like, right about here, they go up to 30 listed damage. They shoot 25% faster. So, it's 50% more damage, and they're shooting 25% faster. That's a lot of what that is. So they can acquire targets quicker, they can put extra shots in, and other Tomb King factions, you can get that aura, but she's got an improved one. The Bone Giant almost doubles. It goes from like 650 to like 1.1k enlisted damage, which again is very, very good for a single target hunter like the Bone Giant, who wants to put in huge amounts of damage on one thing and quickly. So shooting 25% faster and doing overall 50% more damage over time, sure, you might lose a bunch of warriors in the attempt, but who cares? We win. And we could get massive replan here, but we take the money. Because Skarbrand should be toast. I think he, yeah. And we get... Oh, that's sick. We get 8% weapon strength and 5 charge bonus for the whole army, which is, it's pretty good. Now, so we've gotten through our campaign effects now. We have 8% total, like, weapon strength. And then also, we have 3 AP weapon damage flat for all the things from beating Thoric. So, nice stuff here. And I didn't even take the ability that gives our archers 12% more damage. Let's go ahead and do that. We went blue. Oh, never mind. We need Lightning Strike. Let's do that. I can't be playing around with not getting Lightning Strike, not after we spent all the points trying to get there. And then we get Purple Sun. We're in real good shape. We're going to get everything we ever wanted. And this king, so last time we made alliance with Setra, which is perfect, right? Setra Setra now is either going to betray us, and then, you know, we'll be able to get mad at them, but what'll happen is when we fight these vampires, Setra will be able to take the brunt of the attack, because I'll just be able to defend here at Carrickzorn. And then, if something were to, say, happen to some of Setra's lands, I'll just swoop in and take them. And, like, if the Skaven were to attack, say, wow, well, Setra, I can keep on taking Death Gorge and, like, selling it right back to him. This will give us a buffer. It'll make Setra sink in money there, and it'll make him the one that loses. And after all, he's the High King. Why shouldn't he have it? Setra, King of Kings. Anyway, I don't even know where he is. I think he's not on the map. I think Setra's got 1 army total at the moment. So, you know, the Alliance must have looked good to him at the moment. But, you know, Total War is a series of moments, and before too long, he is not going to be happy with what he's done. And now we're going to be able to get that trait on King Tolathor's army as well, so that'll be good. We'll just move in Khalida right here. We got plenty of movement range here, and then boom, we'll be able to auto it, because, I mean, there's no point in going up and, you know, rubbing the salt into the wound. We get another 500 jars, man, that's so good. You know, when you take the thing for the automatic jars, it also gives you more per turn. Jars are the currency of power for Tomb Kings, even more than money is, and I think that's enough money in jars through what we've gotten here. A massive, huge turn. Amazing. Alright, so we're going to March Stance here. Get replenishment. This guy will trade. No, he will not. Khalida will not get in time. Okay, well, none of us are going to recruit this turn. That's okay. We've got one more turn before we go back over there. So this army is very scary. This is the good army. The Cultist is low level, not really a worry. The Blood Reaper, not really a worry yet. I mean, they're scary. But they've got 4 Chaos Warriors of Khorne with halberds. They got the Bloodweight Berserkers. These guys are bonkers. A couple of chariots. Like, this is a pretty good army. We'll be able to fight it with 2. You know, it'll be okay. Skarbrand at home. Did he raise his own capital? Yeah, it's complicated. So I went up and took it, and then I sold it to Setra for a military alliance, because apparently Death Gorge connects to Numis over here, or something. Because he didn't have this one whenever I did it, I don't think. So we sold it to Setra for like 7 grand, and then the next turn Skarbrand came over and burned it down. Just Tomb King things, and we get another army capacity. Wait, no, that's 15. Didn't I have buildings I had to build? No. It'll be another turn before we can get to level 4 there. Another few turns. You know, these level 3 buildings don't, like, need to be here, but, man. Decisions. I think we just have to wait, stack the growth, and then get to here for the city, just because you get at level 4, that's when you can get more bone giants, that's when you can get, you know, war sphinxes and the necrosphinx. They're both so good. One's like an anti-infantry fighter, and it's got like a howdah on the back that shoots not very well. And the other one is an anti-large fighter, and it's pretty sweet too. And then, you know, Hyro Titans, which they're about sending a message. They look cool. And when you don't have to pay for the units, looking cool is its own reward. Alright, I need to get some chariots somewhere, but where, precious? We've got Numis, so because of, like, the settings, we'll just be like bleeding public order forever. Yeah, because of the difficulty level and the income. So we might just sell this and get a public order building or a growth building. I don't know. The Great Pyramid here is very good. Is this casualty replenishment rate for all provinces? Why doesn't it say it must just be for this province? That sinks, though. How weird. You know, one more copywriting critique. Glorious charge for Skelly Chariot 7 and above? That's sick. Alright, so We've got access to these 4 units. We don't want to spash recruit them because we want, you know, we want... Wait, did I just finish another? No, that must have been Aegis Colossi. So if we get this, we could get another Bone Giant, but that takes money. All right, what do we really want? We really want missile strength for skeleton archers. But no. But then we'd be skipping another army. So this one gives us a huge vampiric corruption. I don't want that. And it's like Tomb Garden, Higher Titans. And this one gives us control instead of bad effects. That seems good. And it'll help the Necronites and that. Decisions. So we could get a hero, or we could get another good lord. Or we can get several heroes. Construction time 50% for all buildings in the local province. Okay, maybe we should get this guy and run him around. That seems pretty good. But that also means we don't need him yet because we can recruit him in like a turn. Okay, so decisions. I think the damage out of archers is probably more important than another army. No, that sounds stupid. Another army has to be more important than anything. It's free. All right. And speaking of another army, we are going to unlock this other army. Which we have 2 armies now, so pretty good. All right, we'll recruit 1 here. Yeah, because we would have finished the other one just like a turn before. This is a huge 20% ammo and 10% missile strength for the whole Lord's army. That's pretty good. He's on a horse, which I don't love. You really want your Lord to not die, and if you're me, having him on a horse might get in the way of that. Also, this ability gives ITP. I'm sure they already know. Pretty silly. But it's all jars everything. All jars everything. It's the only way to be. But now he is going to be able to get an awesome army because, of course, well, there's no one else to recruit these units. And then once he has them, we can slide them over. Yeah. And then now he'll have a full stack of things in a couple of turns. Do we want to... I mean, probably, because if we just... This is so fun, being able to just get free armies. I mean, they're not free, you gotta invest to get them, but, like, once they're there, they're free. But in a couple of turns, we'll have a couple more barracks built, and that'll be good. I think maybe getting rid of this building would be smart. I don't know. Maybe not. I'm like, we will need space for the other things, but I guess when we get to level 4, we'll get 2 of the buildings. But we want the Bone Giant and both Sphinx buildings. I don't really care about the Hydro Titans. They're cool, but I'm not worried about getting them in my capital. We are going to get them in some armies because they're cool. We need to just stick this king here, because this king here with the wall will dissuade anybody from showing up, and that's really what it's for. It's to make sure that Mannfred doesn't get any ideas about us when he should be having ideas about Setra the Imperishable. Alright, time for the next turn. Oh, this king has Ushabti in his army. Sweet. Ushabti are like... They're very cool. I don't know how good they are. They have very low melee attack stats, but, you know, they get a decent little bonus first infantry. They do good against infantry, but maybe through some buffs we can make them even better. Alright, alright. Much ado about some things. We still have a ton of jars, so... yeah, we just need to make 20 grand and we can get another army. We do need to save money, though. I don't know if saving jars is what we need to do also. I don't know if any of those are worth taking, so we're not going to worry about it. This gives you a summon for a skeleton warrior unit, which I love that. Where's the nearest salt? Up there? In the World's Edge Mountains? Alright, I guess that's the nearest salt. Of course, being allied with Setra is good conceptually. It's not good because we can't get any of his cool units for our armies. Tomb Kings, if I'm not mistaken, don't pay upkeep for allied recruitment. So if you can get allies with, like, dwarves somehow, even though, I mean, there aren't any around here right now, and probably they'll all hate me forever, like, you could just straight up have, eventually, and I don't want to make anyone too excited, but a free Thunder Barge above your beautiful pharaonic hordes. Pharaonic, that's probably a word, meaning of the pharaoh. Alright, so... Hakron Ingerson has... oh, beautiful. Setra's back. Alright, so these vampire armies are at war with him. So they've been messing him up. They sit like 2 stacks down, plus my other ally Setra there came up and hit him too. So both of their armies are tuned up pretty hard. This guy, you know... he lost a couple of units. Now, we can't get in there to fight him this turn, but we can, I bet we can make something work. Because if we just go, like, here... the worst that'll happen is that there'll be 2 stacks, and if we just have all of our stacks together, that's not even a worse. That's a, okay, now we're gonna drink from your bones type of thing. Because even if he tries to, like, go around, the furthest he can get is, like, there. And we could, like, ambush him. Would that be smart? No, it might work. We're just gonna go here, because they can't get here, and they can't crack it. This garrison's strong already. Yeah, we're set. This dude doesn't need to be using the global recruitment, because this guy can be using the global recruitment. These people don't have access to in-camp stance with their amount of movement, so there's no point in worrying about it there. Alright. And here, we've got our growth and our income buildings. Do we... no, we just save the growth, because 5 turns to getting to level 4 here is certainly worth it. Tomb Scorpion get rid of before the income one? But Tomb Scorpions are Tomb Scorpions. They're very stylish. They've got Vanguard. Are they good? They're very cool. Oh, that's what happened. I upgraded the Liberas settlement. Because when I looked at it, I was like, oh, Lamia, we'll upgrade that one to level 4. Because our faction is Liberas. Yeah. But that's not the capital. Anyway. I guess our faction gives us +4 control to all provinces, or public order would have been even worse for us. Alright, so just checking to make sure that all of our commandments are proper, because I guess you can get like a 5 control negative corruption commandment also, but to turn down growth, I mean, it couldn't be me. Could not be. Put in legal endurance. Yeah. Yeah. Because, I mean, giving up income, that's pretty bad. 150, I mean, that's what, 5% of my whole income there? That's, you know, you can't just throw away 5% of your income. Not as Tomb Kings who, you know, do desire money, wealth, power in that order. Alright, so we could take these 4. I kind of want to leave them in reserve because we don't need them for this fight. Even if both of these stacks show up. Yeah, because this guy, they don't have a blood host, right? They have to get like all the way there to get the special thing. I don't know how corn works. But we'll be okay because he only has this 1 settlement left, so basically everything is working perfectly for our goals here. And with a strong garrison up here at Lamia, we should be able to keep the Skaven away from walking in there. And oh my goodness, no, you're joking! How marvelous! Hey guys, the High Elves are here. And the High Elves don't hate me. And the High Elves don't have any land that I want. Oh, how fortuitous. I think we have a trade agreement with Emmerich already. Of course, he was a little further away then, because if he can roll up over Clan Moors here, Emmerich is a jerk, but he's not like a backstabbing jerk. Tier 3 build is going 3 settlements. To get Blood Host, they have to raise the city and get a special option. Oh, okay. I've played Khorne before. It was a while ago. Here we get this settlement, because of course we do. You know, the public order is dropping, but we can, it won't be too tricky to get an army popped over there to stabilize the rebellion or whatever if it happens. Also, welcome, Lemons. Yes, High Elves, indeed. They... Look, all of my best friends are dwarves. But the High Elves are reliable friends, if not staunch allies. There's plenty of factions right around me, like vampires and lizardmen and Skaven and orcs, who, no matter how cool you are with each other, will turn and put the choppa right on the back of your head as soon as you turn your back. But High Elves, typically, whatever affection you see on the screen next to their name, you can rely on that. If it says they love you, they love you. A Skaven, well, what is love worth to a rat? You know, not to get too philosophical about it, but they don't see things like you or I would. And this guy stays in march stance and doesn't move? How strange. How very strange. Oh, this guy must have like done like a stop army ability? I don't know. But my tomb, they assassinated with Scar Bloodwrath this legendary hero? Well, I've never heard of him. Imbues Sundered Armor. He must have been in one of the newer campaigns that came out. Anyway, I don't remember seeing him. And he gets healed better. That's pretty cool. Okay, so like he would regenerate maybe and then gets healed more. Oh, okay, yeah. Emmerich is coded to want to break deals with dwarves, so that makes sense. That does make sense. Not makes sense, but it makes sense for his behaviors, you know. Alright, so Khalida loses her caster. This is fine. That's Rahotep's over here. Okay, so one guy got assassinated and then another one immediately came back out. Maybe, did he come back? Oh, that's right. So he's got Eternal. He's got the wound recovery time lower and the Elixir of Immortality. So this gives him... Wow, Elixir? Do they all get that? Okay, so the Tomb Kings aren't immortal automatically, but they get a level 20 like everybody else, and the Tomb Princes. It's the Lich Priests that can get immortal there. Okay, cool. Well, yeah. Less wound recovery time, so he's already here with us. And I guess, yeah, He had -1 turns because I have that book. Okay, so it only takes a couple of turns for them to get back. And now I know, and knowing is some of the battle. Now, Hakon Ingerson has made a terrible mistake. He's in march stance. That means a couple of things. It means he can't run. And it means if we hit his army, he'll be entirely wiped out. Now, what I want to do is get a fight with all of my dudes here. Oh. Ha. Well, Khalida wasn't getting in on that one. Alright, here we go. Now, we'll be able to get all of them in. I was like, I wanted to be able to do this fight and then walk in, hit the last place, but as it is, I mean, they're going to be in way over their heads. We'll just put these on AI control, because it'll be fun to beat up on Khorne from a distance, right? Right. I mean, it's pointless. It'd still be fun to do. That's a special hero they get from a quest. Yeah, it's like, I'm not familiar with that one. I know a bunch of the Chaos Legendary heroes, but they're always getting more. I'm like, you know, why not break up the talking a little bit by talking while we're shelling them with artillery in a very unfair fashion? They'll be like, you guys are cheating. Why are you the way you are? The infantrymen hate the artillery. A tale as old as time. Oh no, now they're going away from the artillery fire. They're learning. Like, if these fools make me chase them off of the map. Alright, we're just going to drop into the Bloodwake Berserkers because Wrathmongers are real scary. They're not super easy to deal with. I mean, they'll be fine for us. They've only got 70 armor. You know, 70's a lot, but... And then now they just get this blood sacrifice thing, which heals them. The Blood Reaper, that's one of his abilities. I guess? I don't know. Yeah, but we'll just drop shots in there. I literally don't care. We're not too proud. After all, this is just an exercise in bragging anyway. Look at how good my artillery is. You know, the Casket of Souls is supposed to do better damage than this, but it doesn't matter. They won't have any choice but to attack us soon. You know, because the AI wants to juke around, but it works a little bit, but it also has the effect, because they spend a lot of time juking, that you end up in a situation where their elite troops, like, whenever I was shooting at some Iron Breakers in a previous thing, they spend a lot of time trying not to get shot, and that allows you actually to do some pretty good work against them. This melee specialist is coming in, and you know what that means. It's time for Khalida to swim on in, and this dude's already getting his leadership tanked, and now Khalida's gonna hit him. And now he's gonna run with the shield up. Hit him, girl. Yeah, you better run. And now the Blood Reaper is here on his chariot. He does this sweet Tokyo drift. Just a real backwards hit. Going around, hitting him with the rear of the motorcycle. Khorne looks so cool. Normally we don't have time to look, but here we have such a dramatic power differential over the foe that it doesn't matter over much what we do. Yeah, we see that the Bloodwake Berserkers, their most dangerous unit, due to evading artillery fire, have been entirely neutered. Just rendered inoperable in basically every way here on this battlefield. And we're going to hit this Legionary Barrage. You know, it's a free army ability that you get through Khalida's abilities, and it does, like, some damage. It's not a ton, but look, any damage is some damage. And now this guy is, you know, he is speaking for the blood god. Look at this carnage. But of course, we've got our own speakers here. The Ushabti rise, Khalida rides in the background. This is what Warhammer's all about. Pure cinema. This guy's shrine is carried by the blood beasts of Khorne. Evil demons carrying the palanquin around. I just need to make sure that we're not melting elsewhere on the battlefield real quick. Alright, yes. And now, like I said, because we're confident, we can go back to looking at things. Alright, taking a charge from the Hounds of the Blood Feast. Man, Necro Knights just getting beat on. But, you know, they took the charge. They'll be fine now, though. Khalida swinging on for the Blood Speaker. We just need to get all of the archers shooting at the Wrathmongers, and all of the artillery is dropping in, and, you know, this is either going to really mess up our Tomb Guard, or they'll be fine in whatever order. Look, if the Tomb Guard fall, they were found wanting. Sundered armor, man, that's pretty good, huh? Well, you know, they're not going to be able to hold forever. And happy Labor Day to you as well, Coolio. Yeah, Khorne, you know, if you don't overwhelm Khorne with numbers, they're gonna win a fair fight. You gotta be smarter or more numerous, because, I mean, just, your basic Khorne dudes are very, very good at fighting. You know, the Mark of Khorne gives you Frenzy. It reduces your melee defense, but what do they care? You know, they're just Khorne. These guys are in march stance, so we don't have to charge them down. They'll all be eliminated on the retreat. But yes, I'm not going to get preachy about Labor Day, but it is a day where the laborers still work. You know, I still go to work. I'm of the working class, right? It's a day when people who make more money than me get off work so that they can come and make me go to work. But I'm not gonna get into it. I'm a pro-labor guy. I just have a bitterness for the implementation of the holiday of the working man. But that's not the subject of the day. Happy Labor Day is what I meant to say. Alright, we're gonna take some money here. Yep, it's all about that money. All money, everything. And they fall right down off of the War Shrine. Beautiful stuff. And we get corruption reduction. Good. Good. Can we get in time? No. Can we... Yes. Alright, so here we've got global, but for single turn global, it's all that. The attrition here won't matter over much. And she can get it too? Yeah, awesome. Good deal. Just dodging the corruption is good enough. Alright, so we got Lightning Strike. +1 recruit rank, and I mean, it doesn't seem worth it, does it? Post-battle loot sort of seems good. But yeah, Renowned and Feared, it doesn't really give you enough to this, but I guess, like, reducing the hero actions could be good. But... Bandages, Tyrants, I mean, this seems maybe... Because 15%, but when do we ever sack, right? Never. Casualties post battle, maybe sometimes. I don't know. We're gonna take our arrows ability, because eventually it'll get them, you know, it'll get them punchier, and that'll be good. And it's different abilities for the Stalkers, Necrophix, and Tomb Scorpions than it is for the War Sphinxes and the Art. And that, oh man. Oh, dude, they split up all the units you want to take in an army into different things in the red line. Luke, you're right. It is much more expensive that way. Well done, sir. I read it, and I read it again. I'm like, what? Okay? And I'm like, He has bamboozled me. He has tricked me into reading it all in a row. We'll take a 10 to me. +1 to local recruitment capacity. That's just awesome, though. Because the more of that you have around, well, pretty soon you're talking real recruitment. Doom and Darkness, because the leadership bomb is good. I mean, man, not getting replenished troops feels really bad, though. Speaking of feeling bad, Rahotep was supposed to get embedded into an army, and he's not. No, he's supposed to be embedded in Khalida's army. Yeah, this is my level 15 Lich Priest, you know. I'm glad that he comes back basically immediately, and that he didn't lose his Briar's Heath item that gives him unspottable whenever he went away. Alright, so we've got Khalida's quest battle. We'll do that pretty soon. Alright, we are making tons of money. 3 grand a turn is so good. Here, I think it's better to go to level 3 on both of these rather than save it one more turn for that. Because then we can get, like, Ushabti Great Bows out of both of these. I don't know. Maybe not. Ushabti Great Bows, look, I don't know if they're good. I love them. I think they're good. I think they're good. They got good range. You know, they got AP missiles. I just want like 2 Ushabti Great Bows behind my 2 Bone Giants with my archers in front. And, you know, and then now I don't have enough of a front line again. Alright. Gonna have to brainstorm a smaller army. And we've got access to Tomb Guard halberds now. Yeah, so this dude can get an army with 0 archers in it, because we don't have any archer access at the moment, but that's okay. And we are, like, at the unit caps for everything, which is exactly where your army wants to be. Look, at Tomb Kings, you don't want there to be any wiggle room for recruitment. You can always get rid of one out of a different army. You know, you want all of the punch to already be recruited. You want to threaten your enemies. You want to inspire your allies. You want everybody to think, man, I sure am glad I'm not messing with him. Setra. You know, Setra's finally getting a good army because that's all he's got. What a chump. Sorry, I mean, what a great king, Setra, the imperishable, king of kings. Magnanimous ruler. Not a guy who's gonna pay me a bunch of money for this and then regret it later. And I don't think we're gonna, like, accidentally make Setra too strong. I don't think that's feasible. Cheaper buildings for only 40 jars, yeah. I mean, 40 jars is a very small amount of jars. 20 grand for another army. These guys got kind of stacked stats. If only I had iron. But we will just encircle here. A valiant defeat? Are you joking? No way. No way. What does he even have here? Like, what's he even have here? A couple armies, a bunch of Chaos Warriors, Bloodletters. I mean, that's pretty good, but, I mean... The Hellforged Bellower Skull Cannon? What's he think he's gonna kill me with that? Like, no way. Get out of here. Now, we don't have our Skirmish Horsemen. We'll just put that army under AI control. And then we'll have R2. You give the worst one to the AI, because it won't matter. Yeah, like, I don't want to be like, I could beat all of this at one time. We'd probably get very beat up, and our front line's already a little haggard. But, I mean, like, that's a lot of Chaos Warriors. However, you know, we've got artillery, we've got magic. It's a lot of halberds, but they don't really have that many good targets for them, you know. Khalida's on a large thing. We just won't let her get hit. We'll just try to not let her get hit. Yeah, because it's got high weapon strength, high armor, high damage units. Oh, and it's at a settlement. Okay. And it's at a settlement. You know, why don't I click? Why don't I ever click? Well, this AI army might run in and get killed, but we'll be fine. We're just going to sit right here and go to town. Why? How, do you say? Well, this Bone Giant has restock, so this Casket of Souls is going to get a shoot 50 times. You know what'll die in 50 hits? Everything. Alright. We don't need to set up our troops at all. We just need to get to battle. Okay, so we can just walk up to this question mark. They just don't have anyone there. That's a choice. Yeah, it looks like they're just not trying to defend this at all, which is awesome. Can you walk through that? I don't think so. I don't think that's like a barricade. I think that's like a you can't walk through that thing. So we're just gonna roll all the way up and have a party. The Casket of Souls is doing great. The Bone Giant, I mean, yeah, we might as well just walk on in, right? Oh, they have a cannon tower here, though. Jeez. Well, that isn't a joke. Alright, we got a bunch of guys here. If we just shoot this little thing here, then we'll hit, you know, a bunch of them. Some of them. You know, if it goes all the way down, it does like a couple thousand damage to one unit. Look, for free, it's pretty good. Alright, so we knocked down that tower and the other one. This tower only has 6k health, so if we just get Khalida here with the Bone Giant, then we'll be alright to get the damage in. Yeah, the auto-resolve here would have also been, like, influenced by... Oh wow, he missed it again. Literally unplayable. Oh my god, the humanity. That cannon tower. Yikes. Alright, so we probably shouldn't have moved up so fast. I thought that tower was controlled by this, but I guess that was this tower. Alright, this one is gonna go down before too long, though. And if we can just get Khalida shot by it, then the other guys won't, and they're more valuable. Because the other artillery's feasted just fine. The Bone Giant's having a party. The Casket could use its first restock now. The Casket is shooting into the trees. You know, at least Khalida is doing well against this cannon tower. There we go. The Bone Giant sniping down the tower. Boom. Alright. And of course, my reinforcing army is charging up that way. We could lose the whole thing. I mean, it's possible. Not like in a way that I care. I don't want to sound sentimental. We could lose it. It doesn't matter if we do. Nothing in that army is irreplaceable. The only things we care about are the Screaming Skull Catapults, the Casket of Souls, the Necro Knights, and the Bone Giant. Everything else we can get again. But with our reinforcing army coming in that way... Oh, that's right. If you give it AI control, it doesn't count towards your 40 units on the battlefield cap. So we were able to get 3 armies on instead of the 2 that you're supposed to get, you know. Just a little bit of awesome stuff. You said you recommend not being in melee combat? Yeah, we'll be able to get away with it, though. Yeah, beat him up, Khalida. This guy called you a vampire. Hit him. Hit him again. Bone Giant coming in with the steel chair. Khalida's like, you made me bleed my own blood? Never should have come here. Yeah, get him with the snake. Breathe on him, Khalida. Hit him. Oh, they look so cool. I love Tomb Kings. These flesh hounds are going to be a problem. Oh, the artillery is hitting all of my troops now. That's going to be a problem, too. There's a lot of problems going on right now. We charged our archers into flesh hounds of corn. That is a problem. The Casket of Souls is now walking directly into the Flesh Hounds of Corn. That is another problem. The Bone Giant shooting into them at point-blank range. That's a feature. There's nothing wrong with that. That's good, you know. Khalida is now surrounded by the foe. Oh my god, and dying. Oh, man. What? Okay, so she explodes to get out of there. You know, we sent her forward to deal with the problem, and she ran right into the ROR Exalted Bloodthirsters of Corn. Not Bloodthirsters, that's the demon. Bloodletters. Bloodthirsters are the big old demons. Well, she's got regeneration, she'll be fine. And the archers, once they just fire in a couple of shots here into the bloodletters, it'll totally tune them up. And our ally over here is either winning or terribly losing. We'll figure out which at the end of the episode. I think he's winning though. These flesh hounds are certainly attempting to do something. Those bloodletters are kind of toast, but man, the skull cannon is totally melting my guys here, isn't it? Does it have any value? I mean, not that much. 500's not so much that you gotta, like, cry about it. Alright, all of these guys here in a row, we're just gonna send this down the line of red. This is really gonna help this position here, and oh, wow, yeah. Good stuff. Oh, yes. The Archers of Asaph. Wonderful. This Tomb King, you know, he needs regen. He doesn't have it yet. He's fighting. He's living his best life. It may not go on forever, but that is the nature of the game. But Khalida's in here. These are Marauders with dual weapons. They are not going to match up well against a big, highly armored character. You know, because they don't have the armor piercing. They don't have any anti-large, and they don't have that high of melee attack. I say that, I look at them, they're juiced. They got 70. They got 70. They got to have some ability going on. Anyway, they got plenty of melee attack. I was wrong. But there, they hit Khalida, and you know we keep on rolling on. Bone Giant having a party. This side's doing fine. We're doing okay. The Tomb King is too far forward. I should have taken him off of his horse. If he didn't have the horse, he'd be fine. But still, you know, this army did their job. This army didn't. This army is literally just sitting there. But the Necro Knight's doing wonderfully here. Cultist to Khorne. We just need to get the Knights on him. They've got the AP values to drag him down. And these Chaos Warriors, you know, they're a very good unit. But there's only so much an unsupported unit can do. Oh, man, the artillery. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. And here we're just going to find where all the red bodies are and shoot this right down the pipe of them. Yeah, that's a lot of Chaos Warriors running from the foe. Khorne would be just outraged to see this. And we actually haven't lost enough of our troops to, we haven't lost enough yet to even do a Realm of Souls summon for the Ushabti. That's because of our armies. The AI one would be able to get one. They might have already used one for all I know. But anyway. Just tuning them up. And we just gotta knock that platform down, and then we can run into the center. I think our allies doing just fine here. Yeah, that's still a ton of high leadership skellies, and then all of these very brave skeleton archers are just trucking away too. And they're in full rout. It looks like they're gonna get army lost soon. I don't even think they have anything unbreakable to stick with it, so just a matter of time. There we go. And then for the final moment, a huge Casket of Souls volley into our own spearmen. Say Chaos Warriors get a lot of very specialized game making comparable chosen. Yeah, because you can get those, like, the iron buildings, right? And when you get them to, like, the 3rd level, they can give you a faction-wide thing for them. You know, that's a good point, Luke. You know, when fighting people without blood, even though they do have skulls, Khorne would be happier to have both the blood and the skulls. And our reinforcing army didn't actually have a single unit wiped out. They just sat in there and fought the whole time. Gorgeous. Beautiful. And here we sack it. Because one of our other guys can, like, move in or whatever, and the money means more. Sepulchral Stalkers. Oh, yeah. See, these are pretty good. Okay. And then we got that quest done. And we'll be able to throw this Tomb Lord on here. Poison attacks. Melee defense 10. The Tactician, stand your ground. Oh, it's got cast range on it, and he starts with it. I think ambush success 25% for armies in the local region is better, though, because helping out all of your armies is good. Yeah, and if you sack, you get to do another battle. Sure, it beats it up a little bit, but... And this dude just has himself. He ran away, you know. He bravely ran away. And with that, we get this region taken away because the exiles of Khorne are no more. Huzzah. Alright, so we have this minor feral orc faction, Savage Orc. The problem with Savage Orcs is they're orcs. They're a minor faction, but if any of the major factions meets them and beats their leader, then all of their stuff goes to them. So even them being a little bit weak isn't that encouraging. It looks like Mannfred is about to declare vampirism at Setra. Well, that would sure be a shame. I don't know how I could bear it if something were to happen to my good friend Setra, and I were to have to, you know, swoop in and help out with some of the whole lands thing. So here we sell this to Setra because we don't care about it, and because it'll keep him poor, and because it'll give him the land that abuts the Savage Orcs and the other vampires, giving us a buffer there. If it had, like, anything we cared about, you know, trade goods, especially like a pyramid, we're never going to be trading in Setra, a place that's got access to a pyramid. You know, we've got this one here, but... we're hoping that Mannfred will swoop in and mess with him a little bit, and then we'll be able to take the land without even having to betray our friend. I mean, betrayal's always a choice, but sometimes it feels like the obviously correct choice when you're a Tomb King. Alright, couple more turns and we'll get there. Jars, research is all good. Everything is good. Yes, yes. We'll get another army in just a couple of turns. We actually will have enough money plus jars for another army, like, next turn. So, that's amazing. That's so good. You know, in not too long, we'll need more money for units, but another full army is so much better than increasing your unit caps for something. So you never see him. Yeah, I was surprised to see him alive as well. I think maybe because Mannfred's like one of the pure enemies for Khalida, maybe they buff his AI if you're playing as her, because I know that faction power is distributed at the beginning of a game, and I don't know how random it is. Hey there, Thomas. You said you're taking a break from your stuff. Well, that's good. You know, regular breaks are very important. Alright. So I don't think the recruit rank matters. Man, I hate to miss this, because, yeah, what's the point of taking 2 levels of this to get the strength that we get from one of these? What's the point, indeed? Here, I want that eventually. We can wait on that. We only have the 1 Necro Knight right now. And now because we're about to really soup up these Skeleton Archer damages. She really makes them pretty good. We take our King Conduit, tipping of the scales. Oh, and this is, oh, sick, yeah. So, here we're going to be able to get higher Lord Recruits and recruit rank just for all your Lich Priests can do that, so... I guess you could have, like, a Lich Priest recruitment army where you jammed 4 of these priests in, you know, for recruitment, and then you could get to, like, level 9 and then pull them out afterward. You know, just, there's a lot of universalizing elements to the Tomb Kings that I feel like you could definitely get something cool done with. Here we get a big bonus for infantry on this Tomb Prince, who is hanging out in the reinforcing army. He used to be with Khalida once upon a time. We don't really need him in this army. He's probably better to stiffen up one of these other ones. And we're going to move this guy over here, because this is where we're expecting the next war to be. Because, frankly, if Mannfred doesn't declare on us by the time we have our armies down here, we're going to declare war on him. I don't care who hears me say it. You hear that, Mannfred? We're coming for that vampiric hide. We're going to put it on the wall. Not really. We're going to bury you in the sands, and no one will know your name. Except everybody who's heard of you. Mannfred von Karstein. Except everyone. We need chariots. We need chariots somewhere, but where, precious? I just need some chariots for the armies. I think that'll help, especially against vampires. Chariots are really, really good against like bats and dogs. They're very good. They got a high model count for the Tomb Kings as well, but if you just like run them in on some bats, then they usually do incredibly good work. This isn't like the chariot faction. This is the archer faction. Speaking of the faction, let's get all that. Oh, 5 research. You get research rate for the priests? Well, that's pretty good too. Why don't I read? It's called Over My Dead Body, and it gives you hit points and speed. But I think we just take the weapon damage, right? Alright, 1 turn, then we get another army again. We are getting so many jars, it's excellent. You know, we've got our passive jar gain. Pick up extra halberds when we fight vampires too. Yeah, I only have access to a couple of halberd units, because you get Tomb Guard halberds, like, I think 1 non-aggression pact again. This guy. I did see online that something's wrong with the Lizardmen AI, so maybe that's why... Maybe that's why Krotgar is losing the war to some Skaven. Because he has not, like, done anything at all. I almost want to go beat up on him to take the trait. I don't know what it is. It's probably good, though. The one thing I can definitively say about traits in this game is that defeating Throg gives you bonus first large. That was the very first trait I ever got. I didn't know that they were, like, in the game. And then I got that one, and I was like, ooh. Alright, so... we do not need to defend the north at all. We need this guy to sit here at Karakarud. No. This guy is going to trade off the army. This guy is going to hang out here in Lamia to secure the capital. And, you know, I think a strong army... Man. Emmerich is actually doing wonderfully. Emmerich is just rolling over Moors. I almost want to steal Misty Mountain to give it to him. And we can just take this king up, grab Death Gorge, and then sell it to Setra. Because it'll cost a little bit, but selling it to Setra will be good, and it'll make sure that one of these other armies that's not our ally doesn't take it. And then, you know, of course later, we can just take it back from him. If we want. Because this guy, yeah, once we get these Tomb Scorpions and Ushabti into the mix, you know, it's going to be a lot cooler on the battlefield. And then I'll lose them because I'm not good, and I'll be like, no! Alright, so here we want to build this for Ushabti and Great Bows. Yeah, I want Ushabti Great Bows more than I want more Tomb Scorpions. You get 2 of those Tomb Scorpions per building, but yeah, I think more Ushabti is the order of the day. Wait, no. First, we have to get this army. That's more important than a building. Army Capacita! Pretty Bow over in Chaos Warriors gives Perfect Vigor. Ah, nice. Yeah, Perfect Vigor is such a good ability, but it's so easy to get from Campaigner. But this, once we get this, actually, we'll, no, it's... Where is it at? One of these pyramids that's around gives Perfect Vigor. The one in Kasabar, I think. No. One of them gives Perfect Vigor. Is it the one in Kimri? Well, that'll take a little while to get. Anyway, I don't know where it is. But we have a pyramid that I saw somewhere that'll give us Perfect Vigor for all the lords, which is awesome. But, yeah, you know, taking care of Sigvald is its own problem. Sigvald the Magnificent. And then we'll build another thing soon. Here, this guy... Nah. Alright, so where do we want to recruit this army? Here at Carrickzorn? Probably, yeah. So we'll just move this guy in. We've got 2 turns before we start this war. 2, yeah. Alright, well, actually, what we'll do is we'll give her the Ushabti. Why wouldn't she have one? Alright, so she gets an Ushabti and a Tomb Prince. And he can recruit the skeleton. She's still got like a fine front line. It's like, yeah, 7. We need to get this king off of a horse so that he doesn't get... No, it was the other king that was on a horse that got beat up. Well, I wonder why. Probably the horse. Look, horses are nice and everybody likes them, but they are a really good way to get your lord beat up in this game. You gotta be good, or at least mindful, to use a horse properly. Whereas if a tomb king is on foot, he'll probably be okay. He'll probably just be safe. We should recruit an army here and get recruiting? Yes. Man, 7 armies by turn 35. 7 armies by turn 35. And this dude will get 2 uses of banishment. That seems better than these other ones. 2 uses of banishment. I mean, banishment is a powerful spell. And we take all the jars, which, you know, so passive jar gain per turn now. We get 100 jars a turn from 7 characters. Yeah, from 7 characters. So, you know, as we progress, we'll get even more jars. All jars, everything. Feels like we should have more than 7 lords that have that, but this guy's at a lower level. Okay, that makes sense. This guy, of course, has no access to archers, but that doesn't matter. A full skeleton spearman stack will, after all, you know, very much intimidate the foe from going here anyway. I mean, the garrison already has 4 archers and 1,000 more spearmen. No, 20 spearmen is more like 3,000 more spearmen, of course. Alright, so we just need to heal up for like a turn, maybe 2, and then do the quest battle and then move forward. Everything's going so well. Everything's going so well. I'm not bored, but I do feel like I've already basically won. This is so many armies, and our borders are good, and the Knights of Origo have attacked Kimri? Never heard of them. Oh, that's that minor Bretonnian faction over yonder way. That's right. I'm like, I don't even know who you are. They've already been obliterated. They must have been out of, they must have been out of places to live. Liberas, my buildings have taken critical damage. It takes like 4 cents to fix them, but I guess if you didn't fix them, that would be very bad. Okay. If we make spices, what can we get from them? Are we going to unlock anything if we get the spices in this place? Potion of strength, meh. This golden eye thing, giving you 10 ward save, seems okay. But that doesn't use spices. Yeah, nothing uses the spices. Perfect vigor for the unit. That's actually kind of sick. Ooh. Now we can get this icon of the sacred eye. This is another thing to do reload time reduction for a unit. That could be very good. And of course, this standard to Kasar's Fury, giving you discourage. That's real good. But we can't make that. We could make this. But I don't know. I don't know if it's worth 500. I think we just save it up because before long we're going to need a whole bunch more for other things. Like, I mean, we need to Confederate Katep eventually. Yeah. We'll just hold on to it for a second. And here at Liberas, we will... So we can eventually just get rid of the barracks, I guess. Oh, did it knock them down a whole level? That'll be pretty annoying. We'll get another Ushabti building set up. Because, like, some Ushabti great bows in every army will certainly serve us well. Speaking of Ushabti, Granite Massif does not need a wall. It needs Ushabti! So he'll go here, he'll pump up her army a bit, and then I'll do this quest that probably isn't that hard. When do you even get it? You get it at rank 12, so it could be a little challenging. It's not that good of an item. I mean, it gives you the magic missile. It's okay. But we don't have a good item instead, so, you know, we might as well do it. Plus, I mean, you gotta do your quest. You gotta do your quest. Here, can we get Death Gorge in time? Yeah, probably. And King Senotep will keep on keeping on there. We were having public order problems here. Oh, yeah, we've got huge Scaven corruption. Do I have an Undercity here? Oh, that's right. The Meteor. I said, I'll keep it. 3,000's a lot to burn it down, and a bunch of corruption probably won't bother me. And actually, I do think it's worth it. Because if we just stick an army here, the public order doesn't matter. Yeah, if we just stick an army here, the public order doesn't matter. And a whole ton of research rate seems real good, actually. Because every time you research a new army, you get negative 20 research rate. And so, you know, that's what's keeping us at an alright clip, I suppose. Alright. Anything else to do? Alright, so Lamia will level up soon. Maybe it's time to get this guy of the 3rd Dynasty. Because if we get this guy, then, yeah, we can replace this lord with him, and then he can be, like, the builder lord, and we can run him around and help build things. We'll just go into ambush there. He won't be suspicious at all. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Because again, like these spear armies, they're so nice because they increase our balance of power in the grand, like, diplomatic scheme of things. They intimidate the foe. They, you know, they provide public order benefits, and most importantly, they're free. And if you ever need to, like, get that army good in like a turn or two, you can just delete your good units from different army and spend, you know, your 5 recruitment slots on Tomb Guard. Vampire, you dare approach me? You're gonna declare war on me? Mannfred! Mannfred! I can't believe this! And I thought we were gonna be friends. Well, I guess we'll have to fight him. Never should have come here. He's gonna be so sorry. Yeah, and now of course it only takes like 1 turn to build a lot of these things, which is just so good. Yeah. Normally it would take 4 turns for this next Tomb City. It's probably 8, but we're going to cut it in half, you know. This guy, we're going to be able to move him around for all the landmarks that would normally take like 10 turns. Half construction time is bonkers strong. That's so good. That's so good. I'm glad we looked at his abilities. These other ones are good abilities, like range for the army, good. Melee attack in desert terrain, you know, this would be a good guy to hold there. But, oh wow. Maybe we should get this. So if we do the first proclamation, we get 10% movement range for all the armies. That's pretty good. That's pretty dang good indeed. But I think we just... If we're not going to get like... Yeah, if we're not going to get something that's going to change the way that the whole game plays, we should just get another army. And I think with the restock on Bone Giants, that's like one of the only ones that's important enough to delay the extra army tech. Even though... No, let's take the damage on the archers. Yeah, let's take damage on archers before... Man, no, because that's like... Yeah, no, let's just take another army. We'll stick with it. Once we get all the armies, then we can make the archers better. Hello, Thomas. Back with an egg sandwich? Nice. What's your preferred egg sandwich construction? How do you negotiate the wilderness? You know, are you do you toast the bread? You a mayonnaise and mustard guy? Do you believe in cheese? You like an over well egg sandwich, or do you do like a little over medium? Alright. So now we get to soup up Khalida's army, principally by changing a new Ushabti Great Bow in. And a Tomb Scorpion. And a Skeleton Horse Archer. So what do we get rid of for that? 3 artillery already. 1 Ushabti, 1 of these. How do we find 3 units here? We can get rid of the Tomb Prince because we don't care about the hero. Having a hero in an army is generally good, but is it as good as one of these things? I don't know. 1 Skeleton Spear, that would take us down to 6 on the front line again, and having a Tomb Scorpion is like having a bigger front line. Alright, so there's 1. If we get rid of 1 Archer, that would still leave us with 4. Which is fine. And again, having a Skeleton Horse Archer is very important. They just give him the Prince. I think that's fine, actually. Because really, Khalida should get the Sepulchral Stalkers with her, but I mean, we don't have to. She just should, because they're real good. They don't have great ammo, but we've got restock and other stuff to get them in. If you just, like, park them at an angle, they've got stock and stuff, so the enemy will just walk right into them, and they can melt a lord. Now, of course, Tomb Kings don't take vampiric corruption. They don't take attrition damage at all, I don't think. They might from, like, chaos, but they don't from vampiric corruption. So, and I don't think Skaven corruption gives you that problem either. I don't think. Alright, so Morocco, we can just bounce between Lamia and Morocco here. So we go to Morocco, and that'll stabilize this public order. Not entirely, because the Skaven corruption is so torqued, but this gives us, is it 20 and 30? It's 20 and 30, so we're getting 50 research rate out of this. It's worth the rebellions that we'll have to put down every now and then. That's crazy. That's so good. Can't toast because the pan's too small. Oh no. Lettuce, thin tomato, semi-runny cooked eggs, cheese with a little bit of steam, mayo, a bit of sour ketchup. Nice! Nice, very cool. Because I'm just going to be able to roll right in, take Quesabar, probably at level 4, maybe at level 3 though, and then like, even at level 3, if I can build this pyramid, like, lower construction time for all buildings faction-wide, pretty good. All of this is pretty good, and it'll be a great place to set up shop, right? We can move in against the other areas, and then we'll be all around Setra. He'll be surrounded by friends and allies. So we colonize it. And sell it to him for that. And he doesn't like me giving gifts to Khemri, so he might declare war on me eventually anyway. But, you know, it's elves. Elves will be tough for Tomb Kings, probably. But not, like, impossibly. We'll have access to way more armies than he will. So it'll be fine. Okay, Carrickzorn, we just need more money, and we can build that city up. But first we're going to have to build this one. Yeah, so he'll just roll up there so that we get the cost time reduction, and then we can roll back over here. We're about to be able to upgrade several of our places to level 4, which means all of our armies are going to get the biggest power spike. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful indeed. We should probably start, like, spending the thing so that we can get more priests, but I don't want to delay, like, the timing on any of our armies. These last 2 dynasties will give us big vampiric corruption throughout all the lands, which is pretty annoying. I mean, we've got ways around it with abilities and buildings and stuff, but it'll be a big public order hit everywhere once it turns on. But being revenue positive, 3,000, I mean, obviously, as Tomb Kings, you're never going to be revenue negative, but Last Defenders will sign a trade agreement with me, and all I get is exotic animals. But I can make them pay me some money for it. I mean, why not? What's going to happen? The Skaven will like me a little less? I don't think they're going to move on me. But actually, I'm like, you know, maybe I don't want to do that. Because it occurs to me that our lands here are not defended against Skaven at all. I mean, this guy will be able to go down, and this dude, we can run him to, you know, yeah. I mean, we're not, like, in bad shape. We've got so many armies. They're just out of position if the Skaven move against us. Crocodile. I mean, it is money. Yeah, I mean, why not? Just getting a little bit of money is still worth doing. We're the Tomb Kings, you know? Like, money's what we need. And this guy, we can give him the follower that gives us public order. Oh, he's already got it on him. Ha! Well, that stabilizes it at 50. Which is negative growth. But, I mean, what are you going to do? Look, having max corruption is important because 50 research is so good. And the fact that this would make Skaven better able to attack us, I'm just going to file that under not very relevant. Alright, so we'll be able to get to Kesabar next turn. We can move her in March stance. I don't think... Yeah, we won't be in any danger there. This army... Yeah, this army's not even good enough to beat one of our armies. This is a crap stack that doesn't even have archers, you know? This is a pure vampire army here. I don't know why he attacked me. He's gonna feel sorry about it later. Do we just burn this down? Because the camp, like, I don't think it's worth... Yeah, I think we just burn it. Because it's, you know, this is a magical forest. It's never going to be good for us to set up shop here. I mean, as a, you can hold this and the Golden Tower type of thing, it's fine. But, like, I just, you know... I think it's fine to not have it. And importantly, he'll have to go through this magical forest again and get it if he wants to move up here rather than being able to attack me and take it. So this will actually delay him pretty well if he wants to get into the ruins. I don't think there's really any reason for me to move towards that magical forest. I think burning it down is a perfectly fine choice. Alright, now we march over to Lamia. And in just 4 turns, that building will finish. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I guess it's 4 everywhere? Well, that shows what I know. Maybe someone down here also has a building time reduction. Does one of these kings have it? I don't know. Whoops, that's right. If you go to March after, well, I mean, they can't get to me. I mean, they're in March, they can't get to me. I'm like, we're fine. This won't have punishing effects anytime in the future. This Vambrace of the Sun seems really good. This Ouroboros, yeah, we just need to find marble. Where's the marble? Oh, marble's here at the Springs of Eternal Life. But he didn't build the thing so we don't get it from the trade goods. But he didn't build the thing so we don't get the trade goods. Well, there you have it. But here we'll be able to get our medicinal plants. No, this is a parched oasis. It doesn't give you medicinal plants, just a lot of growth. In the City of Bronze. So there's a lot of special buildings to build here in the City of Bronze. Good job, Mannfred, for declaring war on me. Wow, buddy. Smart. A little too thoughtful for an end of a turn. I spent so much time thinking, but it's more like I don't want to not do anything with my action economy, and then I'm like, wait, I was already done doing everything. What? So this fool now is trying to get into the cookie jar. That's not going to work. I will just walk home to the cookie jar. Like, he's trying to run. I don't know where he thinks he's going to get from there, but, you know. And here we auto this because, you know, a settlement battle against a single settlement garrison thing. Look, yeah, there's only so interesting it could ever be. Boom, baby. And we get... that's a good trait. -3 leadership for the local region. I mean, like, there's no way to really stack it up too much, but that's still very nice. It's always good when you get that trait unlocked. You almost want to tell me to do a treachery and attack, etc. But he's too stacked to see. You can fed him, but he's a good buffer for now. Yeah. You know, it's, It's definitely a good buffer, because we got the Savage Orcs above, and Emmerich, who's not going to love us forever, but, you know, he's already gotten over the gifts. Okay, so he gets over the gifts that you've given to friends of yours that he doesn't like, if they're Setra, in a matter of moments, so that's pretty good. Alright, Karakarud. No, that was not the one with the... It was Karakzorn that was getting the level up, yeah. Okay, no, it's 7 turns here because, yeah, the other guy did reduce it a lot. Well, we'll go ahead and do it. We don't have time to get him down here. And, of course, if he moves in here, I mean, like, I don't even think he can get to me in time. I don't really know what his plan is here. It's not going to work. Vampiric Corruption just doesn't mess with you very much if you're, a Tomb King, so... And we're going to be able to move in here for Bagar, and what's its pyramid? It is 10 Fizz Resist, probably for everybody in your faction. It really should say in parentheses what's it's for. But yeah, income, reserve capacity, magic items, yeah. Not the most amazing pyramid, but you get a lot of pyramids here in these lands, so, you know. Some of them being pretty good is pretty good, and we're just going to be able to swing down, take this, and then that'll be our province there, and then it looks like we'll be fighting Kairos or something before too long. Yikes. So, Kasabar, we've got this. Alright, it takes 10 turns to build it, and you need a population surplus also. Well, I mean, we'll just start getting it down. Oh, City of Bronze gives you unit capacity for Ushabti and Ushabti Great Bows. Local recruitment capacity down by 1. Very cool. And snipe for Ushabti Great Bows. So if you could get them hidden in some way, because okay, so they could hide in a forest and shoot. Yeah, Mannfred, I don't know. Like, this dude is just, like, doing his own thing. Mannfred declared war on me when he didn't even have any armies in position to fight. It's like he heard me talking, and he's like, oh, you're gonna attack me, bro? Alright. Okay. Like, no, we can't afford to spend the money there because we have to get like a bunch of buildings here in a matter of turns, so we need to stack some cash. I mean, we'll get some more from winning these fights, so there, at least there's that. Lord not moved? Which lord not moved? This lord? This lord? This lord. Well, this lord doesn't need to move. This lord does have tomb halberds, which, like, what a more powerful than he needs to have army, right? Speaking of, this king can... Oh, yeah, we can. We're just gonna ditch some skeletons here and get Ushabti Greatbow and Ushabti to stiffen up this army. Oh man, this is the Tomb King's dream, right? Is you ratchet up, you act carefully, you get your army going, you got your jars, everything's going good, and then you turn everything up because you start getting your good units, and then it's like, oh, the days of all skeletons are over. Now all the armies can be pretty good, and you still don't have to care about losing anything because it's free. Or at least deeply discounted. And now we've got big bonuses to the, to the ammo, which 30 ammunition for an archer unit like this is awesome. They just won't run out. I mean, they will eventually in like a siege, but it'll put us in a position where we can fight for a long time without having to worry about like target acquisition or anything clumsy like that. Here man, 30 growth is so good, but yeah, so if we do that though, we can't get rid of City of Bronze. That's too good. That's, that's 4 capacity for Ushabti. If we get that, then, well, so we can build this in a turn or two, and then that'll have better long-term effects for everything than just getting this place a little better. Yeah, we'll just wait. It's already level 3, that's just fine. This king... Alright, so we've got king here, king here. And in one more turn, we're going to get another army. So this king can go ahead and move down, and it's almost like we should just beat these Skaven up just because they're there. So we chop the Tomb Scorpion building, because well, no. I'm like, in a couple of turns it'll build. I'm like, but... Well... Things are fine. Things are good. Everything's fine. We could even start, like, targeting some books soon, but could we? Because really, we gotta go and fight just random armies all the way across the world in order to get some of these books. Well, I'm more worried about isolating all of the realm, and then I guess you could just send off... Yeah, you could send off a good army and then respec your faction leader and shove them over into it if you wanted to do the fight with them. If you were worried about the Tomb Prince you sent off's ability. But once you get to like level 14, when you get to level 14, they get a War Sphinx. And then, well, if they have regen, which we should have before forever happens... Alright, so... Anything new? No. It's just so smart for Mannfred to do this, right? Like, we literally don't even know where he's at. How many armies could he have had? 2 or 3? I have 7! But, I mean, he knows Khalida hates vampires. And he hates us right back. And then we finish up that research, which has a few effects. It gives us control, which is good. Gives us another army. Reduces the research rate, but of course, that's much less important to us because we have the big bonus to that. Lich Priest 5 faction wide. That is pretty dang good, isn't it? We've got jars. We need... Okay, so here we've gotten enough of these things to where... Okay, when we get all the dynasties, then we can research this, and then we'll get global recruitment down by 1, which means you can get basically all of your stuff in a turn except the big things. But now we can get these heralds, which will give... You know, it's a follower, so... Okay, Frenzy for Ushabti. Tomb Guard, Weapon, Strength, and Armor for the whole Lord's Army. Bonus First Large for the Sphinxes. Okay, so this is just like single unit or unit type things. So this gives you Glorious Charge for Skeleton Chariots and Vanguard deployment. You know, that would be real good. This gives you... Wowza. Okay, yeah, so we'll probably take this. This is going to... If there's no enemies around our ranged forces, it's going to give them more... Yeah, Hawkish Precision, that's worth 500 jars. Okay, we'll take that. And we'll put that on Khalida, and then all of her ranged units, when they're far away, will do even more damage. So the Ushabti Great Bows and the Bone Giants, they're just going to be absolutely feasting on the foe. So this guy's there, and Setra is chasing him down. He's running from Setra. That's not going to work, buddy. Alright, so this dude's army, I'm like, I actually don't want to charge out with that army. Yeah, this is fine. We can just... Alright, so here we can... Yeah, Ushabti... Tomb Scorps... Drop this so we'll have our 3 building slots there. I don't think they, like... If you lose your army cap, I don't think anything happens to the unit as long as you don't have them, because, like, we didn't have a Bone Giant cap, like, this whole game, right? So... Sure, Imri doesn't leave Queek and Misty Mountain... Ooh, you know, let's... Clan Wars has 5 settlements, so... Karak Azula's still alive? I don't think I clicked minor faction potential in this, but I might well have done it. Alright. So I'm pretty sure that this guy can't come back and take Kesabar. I don't know. If we just, like, march up here, then we can make him run that way. And now, if Setra needs to wipe him out, he'll be able to. Yeah, that seems fine. We could pop him with Khalida now. That'll delay our movement over there a bit. But it'll deny Setra the experience in the jars. in your Dragon campaign. Xiaoming made peace. You know, a lot of the times they don't want to eliminate a whole faction, but man, is it ever frustrating. I'm like, couldn't you realize this is Skaven and you need to get the last one of their places gone? Couldn't you? We'll take the money. Trickster's home. Woo! We will wear it. This guy's got so many archers in his army, and this dude has none. Alright. Alright, everything is still coming up roses. We just need to keep on hitting the end turn button. Right? One thing about another. He lost his capital to the village, and then Gelt colonized it. You know, Gelt, ever ready to turn the situation to his advantage. One singular spell singer and Treeman stack. Nice. Heyo, there we go. Now we get Talisman of Preservation, Banner of the Hidden Dead, which gives you Vanguard, Stalk, and Wayfarer for a unit, which means, you guessed it, now the Necropolis Knights are going to be really, really well suited to hang out and support the Horse Archers. But we could just give it to the Tomb Scorpion because it's more appropriate that it stalk around. But I think we'll probably do the Necro Knights. The Wayfarer seems more influential for them. It's a really, really good banner. Vanguard's great. Wayfarer is incredibly good because it gives you Strider, and Acceleration and Deceleration is exactly what you need for like a shot cavalry unit.
The goddess wills it.
Alright, and this guy needs to take some of these. Yeah, here's the income one. And Khalida needs to put on that ancillary of awesome, the Herald of Khemri. Because that's the whole army with Hawkish Precision, which is just so good. Oh man, it's so good. She has the Terrifying Mask of E. Does she even need that? Does the Necroserpent not give her terror? No, she does not get terror. Which is just very funny. I cannot imagine... Yeah, I guess she just doesn't get terror at all. Does Tomb Strike give you terror? Tomb Strike, when you have it active, gives you terror. That makes sense. Waller Ragak. Okay, so here's a real army there. Of course, Setra's there, not perishing. He is on his Chariot of the Gods now. You know, that's... He looks so tall and handsome. He looks so pure and good. That's Setra. Setra the Magnificent. Oh, no! Well, this army's dead. Why did I put it in the march stance there? You know, maybe we can keep him alive. No, I don't think we can keep him alive, but... Look, it's just an army. What are you gonna do? We'll put this guy here to try to ambush there. Alright, so we found Mannfred. The good news is Mannfred's army is weak. This guy's army isn't too great. None of these armies are too great. But we found their armies. Good news. Speaking of armies, I've got another one that I've got up. So we'll take... Tolathor here. And, you know, that guy will die, and then we'll have a bunch more archer access for our other armies. The good thing about Tomb Kings is you never get sentimental about an army. Yeah, old Bad Van Karstein, Badfred could decide to let us get away with it, it's true. And that's why his mama named him Badfred. Alright, here we'll just get Setra. That one's more important for... Yeah, I mean, both of these are equally important for protecting the realm, I guess. Here, Mount Arachnos is the one where we can get the... trade good from it, which is more money in the long run than any other consideration. Alright, so rather than get one of these dynasties that's going to tank my corruption, I think now we can just start getting... Oh, you know, here we can get Wayfarer for that, so it's basically that whole thing without giving them stock. I think we'll just... Reload for casket? No. We're going to go for reload time for the skeletons. Reload time is more important than missile strength, I think. We're going to get both of them. Time to abandon those, but actually, no. Because, like, if we get them, sure, we get all the vampiric corruption, but then we can get the heralds empowered in just 22 turns. Well, I mean, it'll be longer. Tough choices. Indeed. Easy come, easy go. What are you going to do about it? Man. Decisions. They don't have to be hard decisions. We could just get some legendary dudes, you know, just, if we get this guy, then, yeah, I mean, why don't we get this guy? Then we'll be able to get better Lich Priests everywhere, and then we'll recruit another one. We need a caster in each army, you know, let's start thinking about things that aren't just one thing. Oh, no, this guy can go to support, actually. So we can go and ambush there. You know, we might lose this army, too. Look, it's just Ushabti, and we can just go back... Right here in Kasabar, right, we can recruit Ushabti right here. So, yeah. Oh, and this guy can get there, too. Never mind. You know what? I forgot how many armies we have here. I don't think Mannfred wants to fight all of these armies, and if he beats this one, too, so what? We'll just get another one. We'll charge this guy into March Stance, too. We've got our 5 armies here. My clones are very, very nice. I must be proud. 1 turn for Lamia. Everything is coming up Millhouse. Well, it'll be a couple of turns because we'll only be able to build like 1 building a turn. Unless we get into a big ol' fight here. Hey-oh. He's fallen victim to one of the classic blunders. Oh, Setra already hit this army. Setra already cracked him, and then he came back. Well, there's no reason not to have a huge fight, right? Actually, probably put both of these on AI control on the grounds that there's nothing here that can punish us for it, and then we'll just have a fight. No, we'll keep this one too. A huge battle. If the stream turns off, it's because my computer melted. Alright, so that march actually went perfectly. We drew them out. The ambush didn't work, but they reinforced, and yeah, you know. I guess Mannfred decided he wanted to fight before he knew what it was going to be like. Alright, so this one wants to be on this side, and moving it away from that side makes it worse. Righto. And we're just gonna march on up and get to battle. I mean, gradually march on up and get to battle. Looks like he doesn't want to give battle. That makes sense. He won't have a choice, you know. We will slowly march across the battlefield. If you toggle unit speed, when they move fast, they tire slower. So you can just fast forward it, you know, and have them walk. You know, the vampires look very awesome. You've got the dogs and the black knights arrayed against us, you know, it's, the skeletons burst into action, you know, they're freaked out now. They think, oh, we're gonna have to actually fight. But of course, now their army doesn't know whether to go blind or complain about their lot in life. You know, they don't know what's going on. This is not like a good cast, but it's going to hit some Black Knights, and that makes it fine. Ushabti Great Bows already ripping shots in. And of course, vampires are good at fighting. This guy's on a horse, though. That makes them not good at fighting. Alright, these archers totally collapsing down. Alright, these this side, very unsupported. This army not coming in at all like I thought they might. Alright. Black Coach coming in. We want the Ushabti on the back of that. I mean, we're still going to be fine. It's just, you know, we're going to get a little beat up, which is okay. We're in our own territory. Ushabti Great Bows. We're going to have one on one Black Knight, one on another Black Knight. And we're just going to beat up on this Vampire Lord, you know, with all the force we could bring to bear. The Ushabti don't want to be fighting a large target. They're an anti-infantry block, but, you know, if you don't have anybody on the Black Coach, it'll just run rampant through your forces. These warriors getting beat on by a Morngul. We're going to Realm of Shoals Ushabti here. Yeah, a lot of my other flank just moved all the way into them. So rather than defending in a box, we We exposed the box to enemy fire, but I think we're just going to fire all of our archers at the black coach here. The Ushabti greatbows are obstructed, so they're not actually shooting anything. Good, you know. If you tell them to shoot one unit, they'll try, but they won't shoot anything else. And these Black Knights just feasted on my archers, who are somehow winning in this fight. Of course, a battle between two unbreakable factions is very riveting stuff, you know. But at least you know they'll all die when you get them, which is the benefit, you know. It's a very real benefit. When you fight, you know, demon armies or undead armies, you know at least if you win, they're gone. You don't got to deal with them again. Of course, undead can, like, summon if they're not Tomb Kings. So this AI army did a great job of sitting back here and watching. That is good. You know, I wouldn't have had them on the battlefield if I didn't click AI control. It's still very annoying, though, isn't it? Like, they could do something. They could, like, walk forward. Are we going to lose our whole army there? That's sort of what we thought would happen before this ambush got sprung. So that's okay. You know, realistic ending to the fight. Oh, that's so annoying, though. Anyway, they're just chilling. In the event that they get bored killing us over here, I'm sure they'll do something. That's so annoying. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not sentimental about these armies. I must remind myself that this is all part of the great plan. As long as we win. No, we'll definitely win. Right? Right? That army ability doing great work. Charging through there. Man, oh yeah, because he's got the hunger and he's probably healing himself, so it makes sense that we're not getting any work done there. Speaking of work done, these archers could go up. These Ushabti Greatbow could shoot this Necromancer and this Necromancer. Anyway, it looks like they're going to shatter all of these things. It looks like this Lich Priest will probably die. Let's get him out of there if we can. Yeah, super annoying. If they just A-moved them up. Yeah, King Neferkare the Coward. I'm playing like I'm a player and you're the allied armies. Yeah, for real. Like, it's outrageous behavior. Just very silly stuff, you know. The AI is what it is, right? I literally can't comprehend why there's even a setting if this is what it does. But they're a small indie company, and you can't expect too much out of them. It makes it very mystifying, though. Like, you would think... Because I've had battles where they just literally charge to the artillery physically into the foe, so I thought... they'll at the very least walk forward. Wrong. Wrong. They won't walk forward. They don't care. Fortunately, our other supporting army is strong enough to where we'll be able to get this going. But hey, you know, we thought we were going to lose the whole army, so, you know, we do, and why am I even annoyed? The Vampire Lord is healing capped now, so we will be taking him out someday. And in the background, our friends... Are they moving? Are they gonna move? Hey-oh, look at that! The Skeleton Horse Archers, 10 minutes into the battle, have decided that they want to fight. Look, it was harder fought than I thought it was going to be, but it's still a wonderful victory for the forces of the Tomb Kings. After all, as I remind myself all the time, all this is free. All it costs is a Turner recruitment and a little bit of chevrons, but, you know, even that, even the chevrons might be recoverable in time. This Tomb King, to his credit, doesn't even have regeneration. Has been fighting the whole time, doing no damage, but being largely unhurt until right now. I guess that was when all of his support faded away. Hey, look at that! Neferkare the Coward has given battle to the foe! Man. We should call him the late King Neferkare. That's a little Game of Thrones joke there. Laugh if you caught it. Alright, you know, as we're seeing, the addition of this whole third army really would have made a difference. Hey, maybe a lot of my friends dying is good, actually. Maybe we'll get a lot of jars. Yep, as you say, Luke, they've got a pure death wish starring Charles Bronson until they don't. Alright, and now their army lost. Man, you know, Mannfred probably feels proud of these guys. He's like, man, look how good they all fought. And of course, the good thing is Khalida wasn't here, so her army is getting stronger. This is 2 of their armies gone, and of course the Mannfred War will be over as soon as as soon as he started. I think we'll all remember that I didn't even declare war on him. It's not my fault that this is happening to him. I'm not to blame. And there we have it. A decisive victory. Hey, look. Before I realized the other movement we had on heroes, I thought that march was just going to wipe this army out with no payment. And now we've got archers to redistribute to the other armies. And, yeah, everything's fine. Everything is fine. We can replace our forces, and the enemy can't, you know? So, we lost a Tomb Scorpion. We lost a Tomb... How did this fool drop a Tomb Scorpion when he didn't even send anyone in to fight for 10 minutes? It doesn't matter. And here, Mannfred picks up... It says we'll lose. Oh, that army has a ton of Argeists. If we just retreat a little bit, what'll happen? Oh, it works. I was like, I'll save. If the retreat doesn't work at all, we're fine. Okay. It turns out this fool march-stanced over to get into this fight. There we go. We get the 5th Dynasty guy. Alright, so let's see. Is that effect active all the time or only when he's on the battlefield? It is only effective when he's out and fighting. That makes sense. But Winds of Power Reserve 15 to all armies is really solid. King Berect has gotten his chariot. He's getting right off of that chariot. A chariot's a really good way to lose a lord. No, they can be good. They can be. Alright, so wonderfully, these guys, they ran away. Bravely ran away. Mannfred is so trucked on. Oh, because that was... Was he one of those? No, he wasn't one of the armies. I would have noticed him on a dragon. He runs. He's not going to be able to, like, get away, though. Right, yeah, it's just a little motion. We just kill that guy and make a lot of money. Heyo, you know, we've already got regen, but still, getting Frenzy onto one of these backup lords will be very nice. King Setup. King Berect. King Neferkari the Coward, as he shall always be known. As he shall always be known. We're not going to remove his command, although we'd be within our rights to do so. It won't let me put this onto... Oh, because they're constructs. Well, in that case, that's a lot less cool than I thought. I mean, I guess maybe a chariot could get it, but... I mean, we'll just give it to these horsemen. That'll be fine, you know. That'll give them stock, which is good. Yeah, it's a legendary lord, but he was already so beat up, I didn't see any point in going in and just shooting him a couple of times with the Bone Giant. His trait probably stinks. Yeah, his trait is useless. Some traits, like Isabella's, give you regen. Some traits, like Vlad, give you less attrition damage, which you already don't take. But fortunately, of course, our erstwhile ally here is not going to be able to do too much with the time that we've given him. We're going to be able to move right up and take all this stuff. These armies, of course, they would be able to, like, do a ton of raised dead because of the fights that we've been having. So it's not like they don't need a single turn to recruit. They'll be back faster than all that. But I don't think they're going to be able to make a difference with it. Heyo, and now we're here, and we get... Alright, so the most important thing is... Anti-infantry war sphinxes? Or anti-large war sphinxes? I think they have, like... Yeah, they've got more energy large, but like they have like way bigger weapon damage. Yeah, they have way bigger weapon damage because they don't have the missile on the back. The Bone Giant does give us recruitment capacity, though. I mean, we need all three. Bone Giant first, because that'll give us recruitment capacity first. But no, the first one won't even give us a full Bone Giant because of reasons. It's like, I need more. Alright, so if we get the dynasty text that costs the money, we can also get, in addition to more units, it gives us, like, more units from the buildings. But we're just going to take our ammo charge bonus. I mean, yeah, maybe. Of course, this war is going awesome. Sure, that one army got totally beat up, but that's, like, so far in the past, we basically don't even feel that anymore. And, yeah. We'll be at level 4 there soon enough. We're getting all of our cool buildings up, and the cool buildings are very cool indeed. Alright, wonderful. And he gets his lightning strike. We can go to Renowned in Fear with him, maybe, but I mean, alright. Faction-wide 2 Prince recruit. Ushabti bonuses. Local recruitment capacity +2, though. And better archers. I think really just getting this local recruitment capacity on them, that'll probably be the best for all these support armies, right? Yeah. Because that will, yeah, it'll make him have better casualties, and, like, being able to recruit more everywhere that our troops are at, that's just awesome, right? You get a few of those, we'll have a recruitment capacity of like 10 or 12. We'll be able to replenish a whole army overnight. Yes. Good. Good. And with Attendami going on too, like, we're already getting a few Attendamies, a few of those. We're gonna have very, very big recruitment, especially if we're all in one area. You know, when we march to war. Yes, Luke, exactly. Sinnertep, who he hated. What a jerk. And of course, we replaced Sinnertep, but he hasn't forgotten, you know. He's down here replenishing, but he knows what's up. Because we wanted this Lord to get kicking, because he's the one with all of the Lich Priest effects, which... Speaking of, maybe we should get a Lich Priest, huh?
Death becomes me. High Queen Khalida.
It's like, man, what to do here? Do we make her tougher? Do we buff the army? I mean, you got to get to the Blessing of the Asp eventually, so... We could buff Ushabti and stuff. We could buff War Sphinxes and Stalkers and stuff. You know, there's not a clear correct choice for me here. I guess we could go here. This would make all of the Necropolis Knights better, and then, like, Horse Archer stuff. Because the Stalkers there, it doesn't really benefit me too much. This would be Tomb Scorpions and Necrosphinxes, though. Yeah, let's take that. That'll be fun. Alright. Money's rolling in. Everything is good. We can go ahead and remove that outpost available thing because I don't care. Probably building upgrade available as well. Hero not moved, yeah. You know, this Skaven thing, the 50 research, because without it we'd be, from the negatives that we get from all of it, we'd be, you know, we'd be down at 75, so lower than normal speed. But that Skaven, it just keeps us churning. Keeps the wheels going. Alright. Yeah. Cinetep wins. He's like, "Oh, what? No, I'm not a contemptible coward. I was trying to help. Didn't you see what happened to my Tomb Scorpion?" Chump. Cinetep. Cinetep's going to be the real hero of this campaign. Do I have another Cinetep? There's this Cinetep and then Cinetep the Betrayed. Alright, so we have to take Bagar right now. We have to do that so that Setra can't take it. It shouldn't be too tough to achieve. We'll encircle it. We'll get a backup army. And I don't think either of these armies will be able to take it. Yeah, if we use this, if we use Neferkari the Coward to reinforce, I'm sure that we'll be able to win, right? I'm sure he won't just, like, let our foes attack us, you know. He wouldn't be like that. Surely. With this good army, with Neferkar and Horsemen, and Scorpion and Ushabti, and still. The lowest of the low. Bagar has... Buildings already done. We got gemstone mines. Good, good. And we just take Antok here. The holy hand grenade of Antok. Growth building, growth commandment. Like if we march right here... Then they'll go there. Like, are they out of... No, they're not out of... They've got a couple more places left. And, of course... Well, on the other side is the Oracles of Tzeentch, so it's no great happiness to be ending this war. Is this Volkmar? This is Volkmar the Grim. He is never going to love us the way that we love him. That's just how it is. And it looks like here at the Black Tower of Archon... you know, you'll never guess who lives at the Black Tower of Archon. Archon the Yellow, they call him. So we just attack here into them. Does it even work? I mean, I bet it could work. This army could beat them, right? It's just one very beat up army and then one other very beat up army. I mean, we could probably beat them. Maybe. He only runs away. Well, he'll run into Volkmar's land. I don't know if that's going to help him out any. Alright, that was a bold strategy. We'll see if it pays off for him. We made him run. You know, there's at least that.
High Queen Khalida.
This is going so good. I would so much rather fight elves than Skaven, even though elves are probably a tougher matchup for us. And I mean, you know, here with Krotgar somehow still alive, he's been fighting these Skaven, these two minor Skaven, for 40 turns. And if they leave him alive, that's awesome, because that'll make them not want to fight me, because I'm so strong. And Skaven sometimes respect power. Not as much as they respect messing you over if they think they can take one building from you. They are just Skaven underneath it all. They're very Skaven. Do we upgrade this? No, probably not. We need the money for the real ones. And we get our Lich Priest thing. We're going to go ahead and get it. Now we get him at level 8. So spell intensity 10, that's good. Poison attacks, ambush, that's real good. Of course, we could eventually get, like, a Nehekaran Priest. The thing about Nehekar is the only thing that's good is the lore passive, right? Every time you cast, you heal everyone on the whole map 1.2% of their hit points. And it can bring them back to life. But if you add a bunch of spell intensity, then it could be even more. So you just spam like these very low cost spells, and heal up everybody, which is like a way to play. But I think we'll take this spell intensity because that works to empower everything, and then he'll just join up with somebody else's army soon. Take this Jar Hoarder, Spirit Leech, Life Leech, Doom and Darkness, yes please. Alright, we should have taken the Elixir of Immortality to make him immortal. Well, maybe we'll take that on him later. This guy went into March Stance into the woods, can't get away. Did not realize I had the long reach, but I do. Yeah, so Volkmar is absolutely going to declare on us before too long. But if we just, like, have an army here to protect, then, you know. We also will just declare on him once this war ends, if he doesn't declare on us first. Which he probably assumes we would do, which is why he's going to declare on us, which is why we have to declare on him first. You know, we're just getting ahead of the competition here. Alright, do we just move over to support? I mean, maybe. We've got public order problems forever here because of the Skaven corruption. But it's not so bad that we can't just move an army down and deal with it, right? Yeah, well, with all of these lords here in the province, we have a just gigantic ability to recruit. It's awesome. Neferkari the Coward doing his thing. Protototan, I think we'll just stick him right here because we're going to need Volkmar to not want to declare immediately. Once we declare too, oh man, this is going to be good. If we can take this Sun Tree Glades very quickly and give it to TECLIS, sell it to TECLIS. Oh, that would be spicy. Bash him, take Telaqua, and then move right up and start bashing against Volkmar. And then, of course, Arkan the Black is there, and we've got a... It's probably like a book. Alright, so now we need, what, another priest? I mean, a bunch of priests could work. We need one for every army. We need one for every army. It's bad to not have a caster in an army. Even in a junky little army like this, it's bad not to have one. We take Lightning Strike everywhere, because of course we do. You never know when it's going to come in handy, and you don't want to go all the way down the blue line and then stop 2 skill points before Lightning Strike. You don't. If you thought you did, you don't. Now you know what you want. Okay, now King Thutep has gotten all of those buildings done. Karakarud, in just a couple of turns, is going to need that King's Wise leadership there. So we'll move him over there, and then he'll be able to affect the building of those things. They're actually Carrick Zorns, so... Is this... Local province, yeah. So we need to get it down to the province that he wants to build in, which would take too long to get down to Carrick Zorn. But we'd be able to do it for Karakarud. Alright, good deal, good deal. Because really, all the Leech Priests that we get after just a few levels, which we basically start them out at, they can immediately get research rate. Sped up running animations, yeah. You know, the way they charge through the battlefield is pretty funny. Oh. This guy's just attacking me. Oh, this was my March stance guy. This is Neferkari the Coward. Well, he's got a lot to account for, and we'll see if it works out. Alright, what are our assets? We have way more troops than them. We've got 1 unit of archers, 2 units... 1 unit of archers, 1 unit of horsemen. They don't have any fast attack. They don't have any fast attack. They've got the Reavers, they've got the Chillgeists. The Chillgeists... You know, they have the physical resistance, so we'll just need to make sure that we shoot them with our magic damage arrows. With our magic damage arrows. This will be a way for Neferkari to somewhat redeem his name, but I don't think he's ever gonna really redeem it. Mr. Crab sound effect modesty, maybe. I didn't take a look at it yet, but I saw on the subreddit that somebody made a crab mod with a whole crab faction with crab legendary lords, like full crab people for the whole faction, all crabs everything, and I love it. You know, I think it's a great idea. All right, so skeleton archers in the rear, Ushabti behind to bash whatever, Tomb Scorpo. Tomb Prince, he's got the Curse, he's got Tomb Strike, he's got Helm of Disky. Alright. So here, we're just going to try to get the Skeleton Archers to shoot into the Chillgeist, because they do magic damage, and the Chillgeist have no armor, so this is basically a perfect target selection for them. And if the Black Knights with Barding wanna roll in and get punched a little bit, then we'll allow them to. We just need these other horsemen to sort of help us out a little bit as we run away. All right, these guys have Strider and I don't. All right, so this is how you lose your skirmishers. So I totally forgot that we'd be running up and down sand dunes. I was like, we'll run away from them. We won't. They were probably a little faster than us, and then they've got the chilling aura. I forgot all about it. Anyway. Fortunately, we'll just charge in our spears. Nope, we don't have any spears on that flank. We'll just charge in our regular guys. You know, we're still getting through them. Even with their big physical resist, you know. That much physical resist is sort of like having a lot of armor, you know, if you don't have AP, and we don't. You know, they have such a smaller army than mine, and we're still, like, taking really bad engagements. But now the archers are into position, and they are going to feast here on the Chillgeists. I said feast. I said they're going to feast. Shoot them. Just shoot them. Come on, guys. Now, this side has way too many of our troops in it, and all of our strong ones are here. Where are the Ushapti? They're fighting here, too. Well, at least we're all beating on the foe. Right here, we're going to shoot this down the pipe here. This is going to do good damage to all of these guys. And it does magic damage as well, so that's really going to... Oh, yeah, that's going to put the absolute hurt on the Chillgeists, who are now going to crumble unto dust. Varric's Reavers, you know, they're a problem. Because they got shields. They're not like a severe problem, because we have such a dramatically superior force. Graveguard Halberds, well, not that dramatically superior force. Let's try to get the Scorpo out of there, huh? Now, the Tomb Scorpion is the coolest unit in the world. Watch as it attacks. I said, watch as it attacks. Alright, it's imagining what it would be like if it fought right now. Yeah, there we go. It throws a little thing down. You see? Yeah, there we go. Sometimes you just gotta ask it to imagine what it would be like to fight again. It said I was gonna lose this battle. It knows that Neferkari's a coward, huh? Well, we're still gonna win. And the chill guy's trying to get away, and we dive right on him. Boom, baby. Now they're gonna turn around and get shot up, thinking that I was fighting them, but really I was just holding them in place for the archers. Ushabti rolling on in. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Graveguard Halberds, let's not fight them. 'Tis a silly engagement. Graveguard Halberds don't want to fight like Nagash warriors, though, so we'll be okay there. These Varric's Reavers, do they have... Oh, Varric's Reavers have regeneration. I didn't realize. That's crazy. That's good. I knew that the old Sternsguard did. Well, we're laying the beat down. You know, they're not going to be able to do too much more. Average skirmisher sport experience, yeah, for real. But that was all my fault. Look, they were they're the chilling chill guys. So they hit you, they slow you down. They have an aura that slows you down. Plus they're ethereal. They have Strider. So I took a unit that had basically equivalent movement against anti-movement tech, and then was like, wait, they died? First time on planet Earth. These Graveguard Halberds, they're being healed, but we are going to absolutely schwammer them there. That also does a ton of damage to us, but hey, whatever. We can absorb it better than they can. And now, the Tomb Kings surround the foe. The Tomb Scorpion, just, it's all about sending a message, right? Oh, it looks so cool! The Warriors of Nehekara. You know, they got their little headbands on, so you know what's what. Oh, it looks so cool! Because they'll just, like, go through a formation. Alright, so these Skeleton Warriors have perfect vigor and stuff, and they're just beating up on all my guys, but we're going to shoot them in the back, and that'll be fine. I'm like, am I losing this? No, I'm not losing this. Both of my lords and my heroes are in totally fine shape. And their Graveguard's going down, and now that the Tomb Prince is here, you know, he's anti-large armor piercing. He is going to be able to work on him. He was over fighting bad targets the whole time. He would have been real good against these Varix Reavers. Yeah, look at it. Look at him just getting thrown in the ditch. Of course, that's with Tomb Strike active as well. So buffed his stats. We got Helm of Discord making theirs lower. This is a good example of a guy who should have had his halberd up fighting at the start. But that will soon enough be all that was written. All that was sung. There we go. Put him in the dirt. And sure, you might be like, did you just lose basically your whole army there? Mine's free. Mine is free. And this is a much, like, less punchy army. Like, so, 1,400 value on the Skeleton Archers. If this had 4 Skeleton Archers, not even a lot, just like 4, you know, it would have went better. But, it went fine. We killed the army. King Neferkari the Coward is slightly higher in Khalida's esteem since he had the fight right here. And we get some stuff. So there we go. Karazakarak gets the Nemesis Crown. Good for him. And Volkmar's probably going to get mad about this trespass, but he's harboring vampires, so really he doesn't have a leg to stand on. I mean, I know I look undead, but they are undead. I'm just like a temporarily displaced queen, but the vampires are bad news. Chosen of the Gods are so good. We're just gonna, you know, delay getting them for a bit, because it makes sense to. Alright, Neferkari the Coward. Khalida needs to move down here so she can take that next turn, and there's no easier way into Talakwa, so that's what we'll do. Because we very well might need support for when we move in there. If we just take this right now, I bet no one's here. Wow, that's a lot of death. But do I care? I mean, no. I can just get them all right back, right? I don't feel like doing a settlement battle against nothing. Yeah, we'll just, just load up on dudes, and before you know it, we'll be right back to fighting again. Wait, what? No! This fool has taken the Black Pyramid of Nagash? This is an outrage. This is a scandal. This fool, this leader of the cult of Sigmar, thinks himself worthy to sit in the Great Black Pyramid. No, I ain't having that. Well, first we're going to take care of these vampires, and then we're going to show him what's what. And we are going to get all the stuff we need with TECLIS here. Non-aggression, military access, trade agreement, and a little bit of money. Now, we're not able to give away this region anymore to him, but if he takes this coextol next time, then we can probably do it. I don't even know. He's got 2 settlements. Look, Kairos isn't going to care that we're friends with him. Kairos is going to hate us because he's alive. This will, at the very least, make Kairos not have much of a foothold. Yeah, see, the thing about the Tomb Kings is they're very particular about who deserves to be reigning in their old lands. And I'll give you a short guess on who's not supposed to be there. People who ain't Tomb Kings. There you go. Numos is leveling up. Most excellent indeed. Alright, so now we have enough money for the upgrades here. Yeah, you know, we're always going to be on a little bit of the back foot when it comes to the upgrades, but that's alright. Feskit is now... So this fool, this minor faction of Skaven is probably going to move up and take Orion's camp. I mean, that's okay. I'm not, like, worried about him. Minor Skaven factions don't have the power to become really annoying. I don't think. They basically need a legendary lord. We get Bagar to level 3 so that we'll be able to get this pyramid, which would be really good for fighting vampires, which we're done doing, you know. The only other vampires on the whole map will be, like, up here, and they'll probably be gone by the time we get there. There is a Black Book of Nagash in Castle Drakenhof, so we might make a little pilgrimage up there. Because the Black Pyramid is like, it's sort of hard to take from the Tomb Kings that are there, but once somebody else knocks down all of the walls, like, it takes a little while for them to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, and, well, we're not going to let them. Our buddy Setra the Imperishable is, you know, getting his Khemri to level 5, you know, he's doing fine. 3-4 with the power point. Awesome, dude. Congrats. Alright, do we need to improve this guy's army any? Oh, the horse archers are already taken up. I mean, one more Nehakaran horseman would go good. And here, this dude is already... already sauced. We can get a priest here to join up with him. Of course, they start at level 10 now, which is pretty good. Yeah, you know, being able to recruit them and immediately get research rate out of them is just very good. I think we go ahead and take another one too. Boosting the... No, these guys need one too, yeah. And then as we go, you know, then we start recruiting them at like level 14 or whatever. Alright, yes. Money's good. Be able to get this place set up soon. Alright, Gwendolyn is about to take this one, which is good, because then we can hand off Suntree Glades. We'll just leave these buildings there. I think we can get more from the High Elves from selling it than from other considerations. Because really, I would so much rather have TECLIS as a neighbor than Kairos. First of all, TECLIS isn't gonna, you know, send a bunch of corruption to our realm. Alright, it says we're going to be clearly defeated. I bet we can work it out. I bet we can find a way to make it work. We shall see. Mannfred will be on his dragon. That's like a problem. It's not the biggest problem in the universe. It's a problem. Alrighty. Thomas, you say, do I plan on playing Deltarune? I mean, eventually, yeah. It's on the old wish list. I'll pick it up one of these days. I have, like, just so many games that even if it's something that I'm, like, pretty excited about, or that I like something earlier from a developer, like, I had a very high opinion of Undertale. But, okay, we've got a very strange building set. Looks like there's no real towers here, so this is where we'll go in. Yeah. But same thing here, so... Yeah, actually, it's a map that looks very tower limited in general. Oh yeah, I remember this map. We had quite a Yonbo fight in this one. I think this is where he got stuck in the door. Well, with our caster, you know, we don't have a ton of magic, but we'll be able to drop like a purple sun or two, and that'll probably help a lot. Of course, against an area like this, all you've got to worry about is the towers. But I think we'll just... we'll just deal. They may not even get on the tower, you know? I'm like, yeah, they're not even on the tower, are they? They're not even on the tower. We're just gonna walk forward and start cracking on the gatehouse. Casket of Souls, we're gonna let it shoot anywhere it wants. No, we're gonna walk like right here with our artillery because it's safe. And if that tower gets sat on and starts shooting me up, I'll laugh about it and then, you know, make a statement about my regrets. What's hitting me? Oh, a Spirit Leech. That's alright. Because, like, I'll walk up and start shooting at Mannfred from outside of the wall, right? Like, I ain't too proud. He's got crossbows? Oh, like, Sylvanian crossbow. I'm like, I didn't know vampires could get that, but I did know that, actually. They won't be hanging out there on the wall for too long. Like, they're shooting at the casket. This is a terrible place for us to be. Mannfred's running away from the Bone Giant. You know, we're just gonna... This is a very bad place for our artillery to be, but I think we'll be fine because I think we'll just beat them up off of the wall, and that'll be okay. It'll be a long bump and grind in this fight, but we will be well suited for it. You know, we've got a regenerating Lord. We've got plenty of additional infantry for the bump and grind up front. You know, we've got our monsters. We've got everything down to a science. And like, let's save that for a little while. The artillery, you know, it's not in the best spot, but it still works just fine. Okay. Because, again, like, if they're just trying to, like, use up our ammo, we've got so much ammo. We've got 30 ammo on the archers. We've got restock on the Bone Giant. The Casket of Souls can shoot for, like, ever. And the gatehouse is already down. Alright, let's move in. Because if we move in and then get our archers on the wall, then... We'll start by trying to get 1 unit of archers on the wall. The Graveguard are facing the wrong way on the wall. That's good. You know, their shields don't work if they're faced the other way around. And Khalida's gonna swing in here and pop the Sylvanian crossbowman, hopefully. Yes, and pop the Sylvanian crossbowmen. They are running, they are fleeing, they are gone. We're gonna go ahead and get back to the rest of the troops. Khalida's gonna be able to really, really have a party here. You know, all the artillery is having a party. Not the Bone Giant. He is assisting in the party by giving the Casket of Souls more ammo. Did I click on something else? Oh my god, I must have clicked on something else. Well, I think we just restocked like a, yeah, we just restocked this Ushabti that doesn't even have ammo. Note to self, don't misclick. Khalida with a huge explosion there, just running over him. Sternsman Graveguard, those are the best Graveguard there are. There we go. Now the bats are coming in. Are they just going to charge right in? The bats are going to charge right in. Mannfred von Karstein is coming in. Is he just going to charge right in? He does a huge breath attack that melts a whole lot of my troops. That's okay. Because now he's going to charge right in. And Khalida, with all this support, is probably a match for him. We're going to get the Ushabti in fighting. Yeah, we're going to get all of our rural troops in here. Let's try to get 1 unit of archers on the walls. Nothing crazy. Yikes! Okay, this guy... This dude is getting beat on so bad. I guess he's getting hit by Mannfred. And everybody, yeah. This guy charged into the middle of all of their infantry blob. Well, he'll probably be fine. We're going to throw a huge purple sun right here in like 1 second when we get enough. And this is going to melt a massive amount of their very best units. Are we going to cast it? Where's the cast? We did not cast it. We're going to cast it here. It's going to get a bunch of their very best units. The Tomb Scorpion's having a party. You know, it's always dangerous when the Tomb Scorpion's having a party. It can just charge through everything, but sometimes it's good. The archers do, in fact, get on the wall. That means it's time to get another unit on the wall. Purple Sun absolutely melts their position. I mean, sure, it melted a lot of mine, too, but we've got a stronger position than they do. Mannfred having an absolute party, however. Where's the Tomb Prince? We need... No, the Tomb Prince isn't even here. The Tomb King is here. You know, that Chaos Vampire Dragon, real good. Alright, here's the Tomb King. There we go. I was like, don't I have a Helm of Discord? I do have a Helm of Discord. But now with the archers firing at Mannfred and Khalida hitting him, like, he's not going to be super long for this world, and he can't kill Khalida. She's too tough. We've got the support. I mean, he could in a one-on-one. I think he would win, but he can't kill her. She's too tough. All right, and then we can hit him with this big curse because now he is beat up. And Mannfred's going down. Yeah, Mannfred's getting shrugged. Mannfred is dead, dead, dead. Boom, baby. And that's all that she wrote. The Bone Giant got in and prosecuted his vengeance. But now it's just time to get the Monster Mash in and start crushing over the rest of these fools. I don't know how much more they have on the battlefield. It can't be a ton. It's a bunch. But, you know, once we get in here, I mean, they've got some elites, they've got some punchiness, but we're just gonna run in. You know, we're gonna bring it all to bear. Because a lot of the stuff in the front, this is like a bunch of Graveguard, and they can't just replace them, right? Of course, my artillery does more damage than good there. And we get our dudes on the wall right there. We're going to get more on the wall right here. But I think we should army loss them before too long, because even though they've got stuff on the battlefield, like, I think we've popped all the Graveguard. Yeah, they're getting army lost right now. And that will be that. Hello, Chase. Sorry, I didn't even look at the chat for the last 10 minutes. Yes. Hello, Chase. Hello, Coolio. Things are going awesome in the war. The vampires are dead. Long live Khalida. It goes great. She bashes some people. You know, we get our purple sun. The Bone Giant gets nothing done. Some of these archers got 1,000 value, and most of them didn't do anything. It's fine, you know. They all did something. Everybody helped. And here, do I sack it? Take it? I don't... yeah. No, we'll just take it. And we get the Oasis thing. We'll drop the Chariot thing, I think. And there we go. Drakenhof Conclave is gone. And honestly, that's about as good as it can feel at this point in the campaign, I imagine. It's turn 46. It's not super, super early. It's not super, super late. But, you know, we've got... we're getting more of our buildings online. We're about to start having very cool armies everywhere. And we need to save money. We got 4 grand now? Wow, what? I guess, yeah, you just, every little bit helps. Alright, so perfect. Now, we don't care about Talakwa at all. We'll build, like, some growth here, build a wall, and, like, garrison it. We'll garrison it because that is a very good place to sort of stymie an advance. Carrickzorn is excellent for the same reason. Orion's camp is not advantageous. Skaven are probably going to take it. And we'll be able to back up, you know, to here and defend these lands from Carrickzorn, Castlebar, and so on. You know, we've got our cool pyramids building. Everything's about to get so awesome in this campaign. Importantly, it's minor factions up here plus Emmerich, And again, I don't think Emmerich is just going to declare on us. He's got other problems, right? He's fighting Chaos Dwarves and Skaven. Even if he's winning, he's not going to just declare on us because he's not mad at us. And he's got other enemies. So we'll be good on that front. Yeah, awesome. Amazing. Perfect. Flawless. King Neferkare the Coward levels up a little bit. He knows what he did. He knows how he got that name. You know, if we don't break the chariot thing this turn, we can get 2 chariots in this army, and that'll be at least something for the coward to bring to bear. Because here, if TECLIS takes Coexitl, then we can give him Suntree Glades and Talakwa. No, we don't want to give him Talakwa, though. We'll give him Suntree Glades because we don't want that, and that's a really good stopgap in between. Of course, he's not going to last forever, but any time that he lasts is fine. And Kairos will not be significantly induced to hate me by anything I do. He's going to hate me because I'm here. Alright, we just need more money. A lot more money for another army. We've got 8, you know, that's good. Yeah, basically most of our... because Crocky G is doing so bad, all of our, like, natural enemies are, like, rendered impotent and, like, it's very nice. This Ghoul King... This guy declared war on me? Okay, buddy. Well, that's actually going to be terrible for Setra, but not for me. Sure would be a shame if Setra were to, like, lose some land and I would have to pick it up or something. I don't know how I'd ever recover from my disappointment in the event that something like that were to happen to Setra, my beloved friend and liege lord. Because I think here we just straight up move in and take Black Pyramid because there is no point in delaying, right? No point at all. And this dude, we can get Incantation, Research Rate, Jars. Oh, the Lich Priests automatically get Elixir of Immortality, probably at like level 4 or whatever. So that's good. And we need to get up to Purple Sun, so we'll take that over. The Casualty Replenishment, although both are very good. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome! Everything's going so well. And we're just going to go ahead and get a Necrosphinx unlock there. Yeah, so what's the worst this vampire can do to us? He would have to walk through Setra's land to get to any of ours, unless he hits Numus, which he won't. Because Thutep can support there. Yeah. If we move Tolathor up... Because Berekt is going to be able to move back up as well. Yeah, perfect. Flawless. And we've got another dynasty. Do we get another, just like another Lich Priest? I mean, it seems okay. No, we'll continue trying to get the horseman and getting distracted every single turn, keeping me from getting the horseman. Man, this campaign's going great. I tried several times before I streamed Total War to get a Khalida campaign off of the ground, and I always lost like so early. So this feels wonderful. I don't know if it's because it's a beta and the lizardmen should have been beaten up on me this whole time. I don't know, but it feels good to get the High Queen off of the ground. I love her so much. I think she's very cool. Alright, so Volkmar only has 6 settlements. Which means they're right here and then over on this side. Which means we just need to not hit the Tower of the Nagash this turn. We can march over here and then hit Suderberg. No, we'll just... regular movement right through their lands because I don't care. What's he gonna do? Yell about the trespassing? He won't. So they can pop his capital here. And then we'll be able to roll back down and take Plain of Tuskers with this guy. Yeah, all of these armies coming in, but like Setra can either deal with them or he'll lose. But if he loses any of these lands, if he loses these northern ones, I'll just sell them back to him. And if he loses, like, say, Kimri, then well. Be nice to take this one so we could build the iron. So we just, like, wait one turn to start the war? I think so, because we want to be able to... We also want to see where Volkmar is before we begin. Well, it looks like he's not around. And, of course, the Black Tower of Arkan is here. And then... Oh, that gives you the Legionary Barrage for all armies. And a huge garrison. Because right now I only have the barrage. When we're in her local region, yeah. So that'll give it to everybody. Which is a little repetitive, but still worth. You know, still worth. Heyo! And TECLIS successfully got that, so we will trade him the Suntree Glades, not to Lakwa. We don't need a defensive alliance with him because he's not strong enough to protect us from our enemies, and we don't want to get embroiled if somebody pops him. This will be good enough. A huge amount of money. If he would become our vassal, obviously we'd accept that. Oh, that would be a hilarious move, is getting the High Elves to become the vassals of the Tomb Kings. That would be very classy indeed. If we move Thutep here and move him into, like, ambush, maybe one of them will, like, march out this way and we can pop them. I think our army can beat one of them. You know, it doesn't have any archers in it. That's not ideal. Well, we could at least run away. And here, he's still in the region, so we get our 4-turn building because he cuts all the building times in half, which is very good. And now we're... broke again? Now we're broke again. We will get... We're gonna need the money to build like a pyramid here next turn or so. Sandstorm? I get Sandstorm from my allies? Sandstorm? That's not very Darude of them. Oh, and this. Oh my goodness. Okay, so you do this, and then you get jars per turn, growth, construction time, and this ability. Obviously, you take that every time you can. It takes 25 turns, but I mean, hey. It's $2 grand for a bunch of sweet faction abilities, including this Tomb Swarm, which is a massive nuke on all the enemies in range. So this is huge. This is 75 to 150 damage per second for 20 seconds with 2 uses. That's enough to just absolutely obliterate a couple of blobs. Awesome. Awesome. Would they accept it? At 60... No, so at negative 60, they are very much in a position where we could, like, hand them a province, maybe. Yes! They will accept it. Boom, 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 baby. I was like, if it's a good province with a military building... Everyone, I would like you to welcome into the Kingdom of Liberas our vassal, the obedient TECLIS. Oh! Oh! Arkan's here. Hey guys, we met him. Good news. Now, now there's a new thing to do with our time. Yes. TECLIS is TECLIS. TECLIS is perhaps the strongest mage in the whole world. Nah, it's probably Mazdamundi. TECLIS is on the short list of like the top 5 magic users in Warhammer. In game, he is very, very, very strong, although the AI can't really do magic as well as a player can by a long shot. But TECLIS, he's a thinker, you know. He's a thinker. He rides on this monster, but he actually canonically hates flying and the smell of animals. But yeah, so that's amazing. That's perfect. Of course, Kairos was at war with him. Now, because he's my vassal, he's absorbed into my diplomacy. Now, Kairos might declare war on him again, but this is going to give him a little bit of time to shore up his defenses, and this is awesome. Because TECLIS is not going to be able to, like, move in and take these lands from me that I want. And, oh, that's awesome. So that is a way that... So in diplomacy, trading regions gives you vast, vast bonuses to affection, which allows you to get things like military alliances and vassalage, which normally they wouldn't do. But, hey, that's perfect. That's so perfect. Because this is, you know, another strong ally defending one of our flanks. And after we take this and we fight against Arkan, you know, we can move down here or whatever. But Arkan, if we beat him in battle, we might be able to make him join our faction. I don't know. He has 5 summons for Skeleton Warriors. 5? That's awesome. Anyway, Arkan is like, he's just a pure villain. Arkan is like one of the worst dudes that exists. Arkan doesn't really have any redeeming characteristics. Arkan's a bad dude. Oh, man. TECLIS, the vassal of the High Queen Khalida. Now, this is a thing that would never, ever happen in-game. That happened in-game that would never happen in-universe. One of the High Elves is absolutely not going to declare vassalage to some Tomb King, but, you know. Alright, so we can get lower relations, but tons of growth everywhere. That seems good. Alright. And now it's time to do the gambit. Alright, so all of them are running up here to Death Gorge. This is fine, though, because Setra is distracted by it. So we don't have to, like, worry about it. Money's still rolling in. Or Mount Arachnos, we probably take this cage thing. I mean, just... But maybe not? No, yeah, we gotta take that thing. And before long, we're gonna be at max growth. And actually, yeah, so that was awesome. That event gave us a bunch of growth. Everywhere it gave us growth. I guess it's just 20. I thought it would be, like, per each place, but it's not. And we're just going to stack our money for a couple of turns so that we can build those buildings, or so we can get another army. At 50 grand, we can get Katep. That's a lot of money, though. But we are clearing 5... Vassal Tribute, 600 a turn. Man, TECLIS. Normally, Vassal Tribute doesn't matter, because most factions don't make a lot of money. But TECLIS, that's good. I think Setra won't ever be a vassal. Yeah. Setra does not serve. I don't think you can even... I don't think anybody can get Setra in their faction as a Tomb King. I think if you want Setra, you have to play as Setra. But it is time to prosecute the war here now. So Ark in the Black is here, and Ark in the Black is... not at war with anybody. Ark in the Black is going to declare on me very soon. That's okay. We'll beat him up. You know, it'll be Tomb Kings versus Tomb Kings, and I probably have better and cooler stuff than him. And he'll have all this land, and I can take it away from him. Yeah, Numis will be level 3 in a couple of turns. We'll be able to move Thutep down, and that'll make the pyramid build in 5 turns instead of 10, which is so good. So good. Alright, what we want to do now is just do a big push on Volkmar. Yes. We're not going to ask our allies to help because we don't really want him to help. We want him to focus on the other side. And on Arkan declaring war eventually. The Order of Lore Masters helps us out anyway. I didn't think Setra would jump in, and he didn't, so that's perfect. If you ask them to jump into a war and they don't, they'll break the alliance. So sometimes you want it to be like, oh, this is a problem for you, right? But now we're going to be able to just swoop in here. He runs away, you know, good for him. What? Wow. Okay. This banner gives regen to a unit. This banner gives regeneration to the unit of your choice. This banner... That's crazy. That's nuts. Because a unit can be something like a Tomb Guard. It can be a Tomb Scorpion. It could be your Necro Sphinx. It can be your biggest, scariest monster, and then you just give it regeneration with a huge hit point pool. Yeah, W banners for real. There's a lot of really good banners in this faction, and that is sure one of them. Oh man, is it ever. So what's here in Sudenburg? Oh, a new Shopti building, and it's already level 3. That is very good. Now we will... It would take one too many turns to get it there. Oh, we don't actually have... We can't get there in one turn. We don't have Siege Attacker in this army. That's alright. So... Normally, in every battle you see, I never build equipment. Your heroes will often have an ability called Siege Attackers or something else like artillery in your army will, and that lets you attack walls without building anything. But sometimes you actually have to build something. And, yeah. So we'll continue the siege. For one thing, once you build it, then you can auto-resolve. But that's the thing that'll hold you up from doing it. And King Setup will just move, like, right here. No, we won't need to intercept these. They're not going to move down here, and we'll be able to take Arkan's old place. And yeah, here in the Great Desert of Araby, where oh my goodness, where you get marble from the thing and perfect vigor for Ushabti and Ushabti Greatbows all armies. That is nutty. That's so good. Perfect vigor on a unit that shoots is very good because they'll get tired and, like, you know, lose some power. Perfect vigor in general is one of the strongest abilities in the game. It may be the strongest single ability. It's all contextual, right? Everything is, but it very well may be the best thing that you can get access to. Vigor affects everything from your armor to your weapon damage to your attack. As a unit gets tired, its abilities to win fights on the battlefield dramatically decrease. And actually, speaking of dramatically decreasing, us making friends with TECLIS here for a little bit really helped out so much. Because now, Kairos doesn't know if he wants to fight our faction because we're so strong. And this is going to let TECLIS build up his forces. And TECLIS loves us. You know, TECLIS really likes us. Basically stamina? Yeah. Is it 60 centimeters from left to right? I don't know. I have, I think, like a 24-inch monitor, which is really just... No. Yeah, because it's like 21 inches wide, so it's like 55 centimeters across. Like a 55.3. What happened to all the sound? Okay, there it is. Like it went away and it froze out all of the music. I'm like, that seems a little different. All right, yeah, this is so great. We're making a ton of money. We got tons of jars, Desert Strike. You know, we've got our resistances going. Everything is so good. Everything's so good. We've got recruitment rank for all the faction leveling up. It's great. Here we're going to drop 2 of these for 2 Shopti. We don't have 2 turns to recruit, so we're going to save that single turn recruitment for here at Numis, at Kasabar. Oh, that dude already got all the way out of there. King Berekt going to move in here, and wow, they moved me to slow movement. Y'all have heard me complain about this the whole time, but there is something wrong with this game. And you know what it is. It's that it won't remember my animation speed. Just in the middle of a campaign, sometimes it'll get rid of it. It's so aggravating. Aggravare. Totally ridiculous. Alright, so this is a growth building. This is a money building. Do we get rid of the money building for a growth building? I don't think so. Man, this is such a good campaign. I have never, ever had a Khalida campaign kick off this hard. Not in Warhammer 3. In 2, I played like one that went well. Not this well. The changes to Tomb Kings are so extraordinary and good. Alright, we just want to save up these for several more turns to get to level 5 here. Yeah, better than making one thing in Doomblade, even though... Yeah, we have places that we don't even have growth buildings here. No, do we want to just stack money for another army? I don't know, maybe. Oh, wait, no, we needed money for Karakzorn. No, we needed money for Karakarud. Yes, we need money for Karakarud, and because Numis is going to get to level 3 really soon. And then we'll want to pump up its numbers. All right, well... This guy totally needs some archers. He'll be fine. But yeah, that, you know, that's what the benefit of declaring war at exactly the right time is, you know. We had multiple armies. Once I saw he took the Black Pyramid and Nagash, I was like, oh, okay. Because the Black Pyramid, normally, they have like 4 armies there, right? So it takes a lot to get it. You want military access, Crocky G? No? How do you feel about becoming my vassal? Oh my god. I could declare war on these Skaven. I could get Krokgar as my vassal. Oh my god. This is going to be the greatest campaign of all time. I'm never going to want to have it done. If I could just, like, start collecting who should be my enemies as if they're delightful Pokemon for my Tomb King's Empire. It's going to go so smooth. Maternus Firthfiddler is going to be trying to come in here. Hey, we're actually pretty close to being able to get 6k income per turn, which I would have thought was impossible. For Nehekara. The Black Pyramid of the Great Mortis Delta is here, and of course, yes, that's a Book of Nagash, baby. That's an army capacity. That's +5. Count them, 5 for Tomb Guard and Tomb Guard halberds. That's 10. Count them 2 times. That's 10 Tomb Guard we get. Oh my stars. Oh, it's about to be real good up in here. That's a lot of Tomb Guard. And we'll just put Khalida to, like, ambush right here, and Neferkara the Coward to induce them to fight us. Aw, oh, man. You tried calculating from the angles like the mark. Well, the camera is slightly off to the left of where the center of the monitor is, for reasons, I don't know. And, so, yeah. But hey, well done. Well done. Good calculations indeed. Oh, man, this is... I have never had so much fun in my life. This is just perfect. Oh, wait, no. Numis isn't where you recruit the Ushapti Great Bows. That's down here in Kasabar. Well... Like, we're just gonna drop a bunch of money because we just got an extra army? Yes. And then we can go here to Kasabar, where we should be recruiting all of these new armies. Alright, so Scavenger or Tough. Oh, this is Sinnertep, yes. Sinnertep the Betrayed. People don't forget. There's another Sinnertep. He's just Sinnertep. This is Sinnertep, who was grievously betrayed by who should have been an ally. But we'll sink a bunch of money into those buildings, and then that'll, you know, that'll help. That'll get us more archer access and the like. Doesn't seem worth building that port, though. That's not going to give us any of the things we care about. You know, if I had another vassal, they could give us even more. Oh, our vassal actually can't afford all of its... Poor guy. He can't even afford all of his armies right now, probably because he's paying me 600 a turn. But it might be because he's being raided somewhere or something like that. But, you know, TECLIS ain't playing. He is sending all of his armies across the sea to fight against our foe here. Yeah, with this many Tomb Guard, like, Tomb Guard are pretty good. And having that many Tomb Guard, that's really good. Yep, I'd say everything is going about as good as it ever could. Yeah, Setra's so distracted by this, you know, he wouldn't even notice if I betrayed him. No, let's not. After all, there's got to be an honorable way to eliminate Setra's from the lands that I want him to be in. No, plus, he's a great buffer against the wastelands to the north. Man, I can't believe everything in this campaign has been perfect. From getting to deal with Skarbrand so well. Alright, so Volkmar's here. They are all so beat up from this attrition. I'm going to run in and lightning strike him off. He won't run because he won't know it's a lightning strike. Yeah, baby. And that is how to... Oh, it has to be... Okay. But that's still okay. So they can't go onto a monster. I should have read it. It's for a unit, which is not a construct. But it's still going to let you give, like, regeneration to a Tomb Guard, which is awesome, you know. Regen on any of those units is good. Alright, so we don't really need to fight this, do we? No. I mean, that's... With the lightning strike, there was nobody there. And here, we're going to break this down too because we want a growth building here. We just, you know, you want a bigger garrison in a place like the Black Pyramid and Nagash, because if you lose it, it takes forever to put it back together again. It's a very Humpty Dumpty sort of situation, right? And at Bagar, well, we can... No, if we do this... Then Numis can build its right now, and it'll only take 3 turns to finish. Telethor, we can move him up to support here. Or actually, yeah, it looks like Setra totally dealt with the problem there. If we start building this now, well, it's still going to take a few turns. If Thutep gets there, it'll go slightly quicker. I mean, it'll probably be the same amount of time once he gets there to build it. No reason not to do it. And then, of course, he can hang out over here and be helpful in various ways on this side. Neferkari the Coward, we're going to go right here and make them run. He's on a chariot. That's good for him. I guess we'll leave him on it. Maybe he can do some feats of greatness there.
High Queen Khalida.
And they're all just running away, you know, good for them, I guess. Pretty annoying, but, you know, it is what it is. And it's got walls again. It's got walls again, so we can't break down the door. But you know, these two kings, they're doing great, you know. Just because they can't break down a wall immediately doesn't mean they're not going to try to do it in their own good time. You know, running all the way out of money. We got 2 of the books in Nagash, which is great. And really, oh yeah, I've got a whole other army to recruit. Oh, that was Sinatep, that's right. We put him there. Oh yeah. Good as good can be. We grab Reanimate, so this ability is just like a leadership buff, but when we get to Resurrect, it's a leadership buff that also AoE heals all of our allies. For, I mean, like, it's 8% health. It's pretty good. And here we get upgraded for our elite units, which, of course, now lists the skeleton archers at 28 missile damage listed, right? Once her aura's on them, it's going to be more like 42, which is an absolutely insane listed number for something like a skeleton archer. And they've got 40 freaking ammo. Yeah, it's about to be so good. And Barek to move up there, and then he'll be able to sweep down and take El Kalabad, maybe. We can get Necronites and Sepulchral Stalkers here. Yeah, I mean, that's that'll be good for all the armies, for sure. All of these places that I didn't get that, I'm like, I love these units. And then you get Necronites with Halberds at level 4, which is, you know, a little bit annoying, but... Alright. Awesome. Just awesome. The High Elves are, you know, they're doing their thing. Sure, they can't afford to pay their own troops, but everything's great. Everything is so good. TECLIS is stabilized. We're going to fight Volkmar and then Arkan, and then we'll have all of this. And then, of course, you know, we'll go up to Sartosa. I think they got a book up there, right? Yeah, we just got to... We occupy Sartosa, and then we get this. This is not, like, that good of a book. I mean, it's good. It gives you +1 to all heroes. Arkan, you know, I don't know how long he's going to hang out down there. He's not going to have a great time against us whenever we move to the battle, but we've got a little bit of time before that happens. This is going so good. This is the best campaign ever. Okay, so now they're reinforcing the settlement. Can we just back away? Yeah, we can just back away. That's just fine. I'm like, I don't know if I want to do this fight with the whole garrison there, when you consider that now we'll just swing in with Khalida, and, you know. Because here we can hit this and lightning strike it off, and then we don't even have to worry about it. Yeah. Oh, we will have to worry about it, because these guys will die. Oh, because they have a bunch of outriders. Well, that's fine. Hello, Sons. How are you? The bells toll for our foes. Continue the siege there. And we lose a whole bunch of stuff in the auto, but hey, it's a lot faster than doing the fight, and it would not have been an interesting fight. We get our income up for that sweet, sweet extra banner. And we just keep on rolling all the way over them, right? And King Berect gets his Kimrian War Sphinx. And you know what that means. It's time for him to have a potion of healing and a Doomsinger? Yeah, sure. Now he'll have regeneration, he'll have a potion of healing, he'll be on a War Sphinx. Be a very good fighter, even though we don't have anything to buff his fighting skills. And then we take Resurrect. We also take... We're probably going to want... this is for all the big stuff, and then this is for all the warriors and stuff. Missile resist for all the things, yeah. Horsemen. We need... Yeah, we need a front line here. And then one chariot. Yeah, one chariot would be just fine. And then, you know, 10 years later, we'll finally take the replenishment on the guy in our main lord's army. Yeah, you know, good decision making. It abounds. But we just absolutely sweep up here, because of course, oh yeah, and then the Cult of Sigmar's been eliminated already. Well, that went quick. So the next battle will be against Arkin the Black. This is going to be very easy for me and not easy for him, because I have like 8 or 9 armies, and there's no way this man has more than 4. But we will take like a turn or two to prepare, and then we'll get right onto it. But actually, it's 1 o'clock now, and we need to be wrapping this up. Man, we should have done these final battles, so we would have had a battle to end it on. But actually, that reminds me. We'll be able to do a quest battle. Will we have enough time to, though? Well, we could take like a turn. Well, no, at 103. Yeah, it would be better if we ended it here. In spite of it not being as satisfying as ending on a battle might be. But we had a few battles this run. You know, a lot of Total War is not battles, so that is all right. Sorry, indeed. You know, because otherwise, what? Like, I'll have to like take 3 minutes less in the shower that I want, and have to worry about traffic. And it's a holiday. Maybe people will be in the middle of town. And as you guys know, I always show up for my streams 1 minute late, and I usually show up for work like 1.5 minutes late. No matter how I try, but it will be even later if I don't try to leave on time. But anyway, man, this has gone so well. This is so fun. I'm having a real party here. Do we want to start boosting our random dudes? No. Do we want to? This will give us more bone giants. I don't know. We're kind of in a good spot here. Maybe we should just start getting better trash. You know, better dudes, better armor. You know, this will let us get Better recruitment rank, vigor loss reduction, melee attack, all the stuff we need to make our baseline troops even better. Of course, they're pretty dang good in Khalida's army, given that they've got AP damage and all sorts of other bonuses from her defeat traits that she's got. But anyway, as of right now, 6 provinces zones, 20 settlements. She's the warrior queen of Liberas. Her vassal, TECLIS, is about as good as it gets. So for victory conditions, all we got to do is get a couple more for a short victory, which gives you a ton of casualty replen for all your armies. It's really good. And we have to beat these vampires up and then just get a few more settlements. It shouldn't be too tough to do. And then for the long victory, you have to build a ton of these buildings. You know, you have to build all 7 of the pyramids, which means you have to both control these lands and build things in the lands. Which also means, like, if one of your vassals, say, gets a hold of them, you would have to kill them in order to get it away. But I think, I think we'll probably be fine. But that's how things stand now. When we return to the game, we will almost certainly be declaring war against Arkan and just running over them. That's the plan anyway. There's a couple of places that we've got to get. We'll be able to get salt. We'll be able to get, this pyramid at Zandri, which is very meh, but will technically be something. And anyway, it'll be a good time. So thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Hope you've enjoyed. That was a long sign-off. Probably could have done the battle. But there's Khalida. She's standing like a lady. She's got her staff of asps above her. And that is all that I've got for you right now. So thank you so much. Bye, Coolio. Later, Sons. Later, Thomas. Later, Chase. Later, Lemons. Bye, Luke. Pleasure as always. And man, this, if the beta plays like this whenever it goes live, I'm just going to play Tomb Kings for the rest of my life. This is the most fun I've ever had. We've got 6,000 jars? We have 6,000 jars. That's a lot of jars. Well, before long, we'll be able to start getting some new stuff. We'll get more of the the resources from trade and such, and then we'll be able to buy more things from the mortuary cult and really soup up our characters. Yeah, it'll be good. And with that, I leave you. Au revoir. Adios. Auf Wiedersehen. Adieu. And goodbye.